Sala outreaching Handakre. Things so naked that days in to Nakhatan and do Koi Nich on the Hallet to Koi Asto Ado Eko over it I don't Leniki Aja. I know he I stop Aja has Aniki is to get at this in Bokai story. Just to has Aniki to Stahanosta. And I was let to Padonoche. I see. Was Kiki is on so quite great order. Don't easily e AJ like in as lado stop. Nothing to Sadoya, Higi, Sadoya, Shonigi, Sad the classic between Kiss that it's up. Higi it Obanda in data list. We better this need the door list. I look on him and I still out that. Oh, a large the second Zito. I just Higi. So, this was not the this was on me clinic. It's not hard on it's under set. So, yeah, Egi, Inna, that Egi, Sadiki, that Egi, Taki, City, Econ, any $8 penalty. Mil $10, mil $10, to Coebe, that Egi, Washington, will be hacking them. It's a lot on his Aniki on Lego. Partners and listeners on Agosto, not only Tanzaniki. Okay, in hitting a kid out in go. What the shake it or compare the bedness shake. Compared with not seen of Aniki stop down also. Yes, and China, the China, the only swap. No card the internet, you don't make. Well, I've been the item fortune. Would crowd that I did. Do the stop down from part of Hosnia. The Korea has a engine that the sea store out that and the sea and lately, though, the station land darkness. Korea and the bananas and this bit to area. Right order. Never like it or be better. How need to only to need to not me hiki. One that they steam the dobby better. Oh, any cow and checkish. In his on the whole yard or less. Mass way beyond Clow and not neatly given count to a contact jolt or less. But if you hear. Holoniki to ya shoniki in his arjo hutsado leko. Ola is castwin his on to adotino shade and hidon itla. Even not without a bahasti to little con aya. Zodoli. That eho aya kid on it in the place. Oya in Uliaki so a million. Open at a Nidenanas, the Catholic. One Zago, Ini Cato has in Zago, Eva, Hachim, Nitoken in Nalake, Adu Ato Tachi, to Eva. Done it. Master, hard she ate an Holon Lake. No card in a Holon Lake. But yeah, so that it's up. Hajo, would not Lajo. Without I don't need at this stage the cola I the kitten little coin citizen on a little lad or little coin. Vegan door little. I kid that she one. Doesn't he know? He know. Hassan Khalan Santino. Ola Apiade, said Apiade, Caspiade, Nishni Yasni, Ashford, Huzuna Hastlin Tolif, Huzuna Hastlin, Huzuna Hastlin, Huzuna Hastlin, Huzuna Hastlin. But Ayla sees to Edo Sedine is in
Akha Shija Nskago Janya Citizen Indla. Thank you for thinking of all of our people and also for putting everything. I feel like you kind of put the things that need to get done in line. Thank you for that. And it's always nice to see other delegates from different communities joining us, especially when we have other so all the community for us. So So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have recognizing guests and visiting officials. I'd like to begin with the Law and Order Committee. If you could just announce your presence and then maybe just a brief introduction, since we do have many people on the line who normally don't join us. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with Delegate Vince James.
Yeah, it's Nale. Law and Order Committee. No, nationale da also do she Honorable Eugene. So should they can that the chi the country is it for ye jed tro a benad bunch no a kun that a should hold just let go ya ni down to snake dole I hear had now.
So with that, we also have Delegate Edmund Yazzie on the line. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, can you introduce yourself at this time?
Okay, Madam Chair. LOC members, staff, good morning. This is Edmund Yazzie. Listeners, I am calling from Coolidge, New Mexico, and I represent 6 chapters, the Rue, Smith Lake, Mariano Lake, Pinedale, Church Rock, and Yamato. So good morning, everyone, and thankful for the prayer this morning. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Do we have Delegate Otto So on the line? I don't see Delegate Otto So on the line. Do we have a Delegate Eugene So on the line? Not hearing anything. Good morning, everyone. This is Delegate Charles Newton, Chair for Law and Order Committee. Welcome to the Law and Order Committee. We do appreciate all of you being on the line. My clans are Bitahni. I'm born for the Ashihe. My maternal Che is Ashche, and my paternal Nala is Topaha. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to, are there any other delegates on the line who wish to announce themselves? Delegate Daniel So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, she is. Just shit H to Korea. Kenji Kinslow, and this is Kachidi, but just chain Skin das Chedo nach Bani das alle. Von le PP partners nel nas algo base pass in a bunch. Belganes ne setjes be tro not the LG now they ski England clinch grebe tro cente cetra tro kole ado kinsa guy but nature at the house is seen dåligt då share.
Chair So Shajat, thank you for the introduction. Do we have any other delegates who are currently on the line?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I believe I heard, is it Delegate Paul Begay?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt somebody that was going to come in, but very quickly, Delegate Paul Begay, there you go. Like I thought, the big could be total 20 headly. The chi Bishka Gado to our bank between. I don't say this because the net inch. It be totally that. I don't put it in the shade up here on the channel. Thank you. I just called to listen in. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Paul Begay. Shana.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Otto So, go ahead. The floor is yours.
good morning. I'm on the line. I just had some minor things this morning that allowed me to get on late. So, but I'm on the line. Appreciate it. Those of you on the line here, those of you that are on the line, good morning. And yeah.
Delegate Otto So. So with that, Vice Chair, thank you for being on the line. Do we have any other delegates who are currently on the line who wish to introduce themselves?
Department of Transportation.
Madam Chair, Delegate Stewart's on the line.
Has been talking with
Delegate Stewart,
and his team, and that intent was just simply an opportunity for the committee.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Long Order Committee and other delegates online. On for those staff this morning. This is Delegate Wilson Stewart from Fort Defiance online. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for being on the line, Delegate Stewart. So with that, we'll go ahead and I'll ask one more time, do we have any other delegates who are on the line?
Yeah, they said it. This is Delegate Crotty. I'm on the line. Thank you. Good morning, committee members.
Good morning and welcome to Law and Order Committee, Delegate Crotty, Shadeja. Yeah, thank you for being on the line. Are there any other delegates who are on the line at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of Legislative Services on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Lorraine Spencer. I'm on the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Sherelle, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning, LLC members and everyone listening in on the call. I'm Sherelle Nota, Legislative Assistant for Law and Order Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle.
Good morning, Harriet. This is Robert Black, and I want to talk to Mr. Begay, Martin Begay.
Navajo Hopi Land Commission, Mr. Black, you are not muted. If you can mute your phone, otherwise we'll be hearing your whole.
Oh, okay. Maybe I can just leave a message for him to call me then.
Sherelle, can you go ahead and mute
928-871-6277. This is
Okay,
the,
Madam Chair.
regarding the,
Don't know what's going on, but anyways.
Thank you for that. Make sure, everyone, please look at your phone and make sure that your phone is muted.
This is really. I can't move it that way.
Have anybody from Office of Legislative Services on the line?
Or, yeah, let's just move it that way.
Okay, with that, we're going to go and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobrock from the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Bobroff. Do we have anybody else from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Speaker's office on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the LOC. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant with Office of the Speaker. I am on the call. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Kirk. Do we have anybody else from the Speaker's office on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll proceed forward. Do we have anybody from Judicial Branch on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from Office of President and Vice President and the Executive Branch on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning, Arbin Mitchell, Executive Staff Assistant with OPVP.
good morning, Madam Chair. Robert Black from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission Office.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Black. Thank you for being on the line this morning. Are there anybody else representing the Office of the President and Vice President or the Executive Branch who is on the line? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Is there anybody else on the line who wishes to announce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Arvel T. McCabe with Tourism Department.
Good morning, Mr. McCabe. Thank you for being on the line.
Madam Chair, this is Chris Benelli from Navajo Hopi Legal Services.
I'm sorry, could you say your name again one more time?
Chris Benelli from Navajo Hopi Legal Services Program.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Benali. Thank you for being on the line. I'm sorry, there was a little glitch right there. I didn't hear your name. So thank you for re-announcing yourself. Is there anybody else who is currently on the line who wishes to make themselves known or present for the record?
Madam Chair, this is Paul Spruan from the Navajo Department of Justice. I just want to let you know we have a number of attorneys, both from my unit and from other units, who are in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spruhan. For those from the Department of Justice who are currently on the line, can you please announce yourself?
Good morning, Chair. This is Latanya Johnson from Department of Justice.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Sage Metoxen, Department of Justice.
Morning, Madam Chair. Jason Searle, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Louis Millette, Department of Justice.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Erica Perot, Department of Justice.
Thank you, DOJ, for announcing yourself on the line. So with that, if there's nobody else who wishes to announce themselves, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. That is to review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you assist us by reading the agenda into the record at this time, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and the 24th Nomination Council that are on the call. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Nomination Council, special meeting through telecommunication, January 31st, 2022, 10 a.m. Honorable Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Altaso, Vice Chairperson. 1, call meeting to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals. There's none. 5, receive reports. A, report from Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel, Office of Legislative Counsel regarding the hiring of special prosecutor. B, report from Rex Koontz, Deputy General Manager, NTA and Navajo Nation Department of Justice on facility project. C, report from Sage G. McDoxson, Senior Attorney, Litigation Unit, Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding state criminal jurisdiction over non-Indian crimes against Indians within Indian country. 6, old business, none. 7, new business, legislation numbers 0007-22. Sponsor is Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. 8, close of meeting, announcement and adjournment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So the agenda has been read into the record. Can I ask for a motion and a second?
Motion.
Motion
Second
made
by
by
Otto So.
James, second by Vice Chair Otto So. Committee members, are there any amendments or any questions or any comments regarding the agenda at this time?
Yeah, it's another Delegate James here.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Nana here, another Madam Chair. Kodo, another nothing. Belke no ajiki. Nihinch kedo le report. From criminal investigator Mr. Farrell Begay. Shan habido so ako. Aj has anila hit our anahot it ngle. Ako the quishing the ne shit the whole net do but the wish ne. Ako nahabit so ta ya ashin he tahatot ne. Ko isidot in. Jokot out baby jahata si selene ako aj the quick or sheet nda huidne do ha la hol just kodat hiki naha ndad kahiki cheti no kunzaten hit hol just jokot out of the hasi do nana shisizi dog at alto nahashne criminal investigator Phil Begay, Adult Division Director Do. Ashon the Shabbat Hodil Nefetishno Division Director Jesse Delmore. Akoyi la do ado do don't hit doshich na had net do ako Kojilan Order Committee. Akot out that's and Ashon the don't not jokot out a binyan sa case do binyan. Nihich jopa na ado le shinat no liniki could in he kedo le for report from Phil Begay criminal investigator ado Mr. Chiche Michael Henderson do alto ella up the hamid on so ado for that do ko but eda Yeah, Nale, Madam Chair, put Ibaha State or EK Dolly. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Shanella, I do have to ask one question. in regards to the request to add a report from the criminal investigator. Is this regarding a case that is currently being investigated?
Quite kito shishbahosen dante kodo yina adil kidiki o na huil na ho anten do not sauce ni hitch huil later chokot echo. That's where it's at. Shinala iha, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Shanella. At this time, what we can do is we can add this report to the agenda if the majority of the committee members do vote to add this this report. However, we may have to go into executive session in the event that this is an active investigation. We cannot discuss on the record or to the public when there is an investigation that is ongoing. We cannot talk about it here at Law and Order Committee. Is there any way you could find out if this is an ongoing investigation? And then if so, like what is the investigation on? Because we may have to go into executive order to get some information. Otherwise, if it's just a matter of talking to the director, Mr. Michael Henderson, about proper communication between criminal investigations and also family members and asking them, what their procedure or their protocol is, we can hear that report and it would be a report that we can share with the public. So again, I do have to caution that if this case is regarding an active investigation, we may have to go into executive session for purposes of confidentiality to the family. And then also as a matter of ensuring that the case doesn't get tainted in any way with the communications that will be shared here today at Law and Order Committee. Ashwiga Shanala.
Yeah, Shanalet, his an investigation again, not to discuss any investigation case. His husband, for bringing in that and reminding us about that. It's just in the matter of discussing the process and the communication between the investigator and the criminal and the family. So I did ask the four different families, and I'm assuming it's 4 different cases, to join on the call once we add this item to the report. That way they have an understanding of what the process is. But like I was stating, it's been a very lengthy process. Even myself, I tried to contact him, and then also through division director, Jesse Delmar, relayed a message, and even no response back through that as well. So that's the reason why I'm requesting to add this particular item as a report to hear from Mr. Michael Henderson. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank
Shanella. So with that, committee members, we do have our Amendment 1. It's a report from Criminal Investigations Department Division Director Michael Henderson and also Criminal Investigator Farrell Begay regarding communications of cases to family members or to victims. So that is the amendment at this time. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any further amendments that need to be made at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the vote. Lorraine, just for the record, can you please read the amendment into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I have a motion, but I don't have a second. Committee members, can I get a second for this amendment?
I'll second Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, you made the motion. You made the motion for the First Amendment, so we need another delegate to second. Committee members, again, this is amendment number 1. It's a report from the criminal
I will motion
investigative.
it.
You mean second, Vice Chair Otto?
Yes, I will second that, that motion, as long as we are following protocol pertaining to a case, if it's going to be presented, that if it's active and things like that, that we do follow what the law requires us to do. So, thank you.
Vice Chair Otto. So with that, we have amendment number 1, motion made by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Otto. So Lorraine, can you go ahead and read that amendment into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order. Amendment 1 is report from the Criminal Investigation, Michael Henderson, Director, on the process and the communication between CI office and the families, as mentioned by Mr. Honorable Vince James. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So again, committee members, a motion and a second has been established. If there are no other questions, no other comments, or no other amendments, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote at this time. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 not voting, which is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, amendment number 1 does pass. So we're back to the main motion on the agenda. A motion has been made by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Otto. So we do have 1 amendment. Are there any other questions, comments, or any further amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Madam Chair, I have a amendment number 2.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
And this one, we will go to, it's added, I'm gonna do two of them in one. First one is to add on legislation 0010-22 and legislation number 0011-22. And at the same time, that we address the legislation up front on this today's report. That way we can take care of the business that we need to take care of through the legislative process on legislation. Then from there we can get to the reports and sit at it all day today. That's my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto So. Vice Chair, that is 0010-22 and then 0011-22 to be added to the agenda, and then also for all of the legislations to be heard first before reports. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Lorraine, 0010-22 and 0011-22. Are they ready for this committee to be, are those legislations ready to be heard at this committee?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Yes, they're both ready. And I sent out the legislations to the LLC members this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. And can you go ahead and read legislation 0010-22 and then 0011-22 into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Tracking number 0010-22. Prime sponsor is AutoCell. Co-sponsors are Eugenia Charles Newton and Seth Thaman. An action relating to health, education, human services, law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, approving and authorizing the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, Department of Public Safety and the State of Utah Department of Public Safety. And going to 0011-22. Primary sponsor is Daniel Eso. Co-sponsors are Seth Thaman, Honorable Seth Thaman, Honorable Edison Winnica, and Honorable Paul Begay. An act relating to health, education, human services, law and order, budget, finance, and Navajo committees, and the Nomination Council, amending the charter of Bennett College, CAN and NC subsection 2001 through 2023. And those will be forward to Budget and Finance Committee. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Lorraine, both legislations do have health, education, human services listed on the legislation as being first. Have both legislations been heard at health, education, human services?
Yes, Madam Chair. The committee report from the HES committee is attached, and it was completed on January 20th, 2022. And yes, both of them were considered at HES on January 20th, 2022. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion made by Vice Chair Otto So for amendment number 2 to add legislation 0010-22 and 0011-22 onto the agenda, and then to also hear the legislations before the report. So with that, do we have a second?
Delegate James, second.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any further amendments that need to be made at this time? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, amendment 2 does pass. With the vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. So we're back to the main motion on the agenda. The motion has been made by Honorable Vince James and second by Vice Chair Otto So. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or any further amendments that need to be made to the agenda? Not hearing anything. Lorraine, can you assist us with reading the agenda into the record, please, with the amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. We're under 5 receiving reports. There will be a letter D, which is report from the criminal investigation, Michael Henderson, on the process and communication between the CI office and the families. And also going to, so the 2, the new business A 0007-22 will be heard before the receiving reports, which will be number 5. Number 6 will be receiving reports. Number 7 will be old business and so forth. So A will be 0007-22. B will be 0010-22. C will be 0011-22. And that will be under 5A, B, and C. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the legislation or the amendment has been read into the record with the 2 amendments. So the agenda has been read into the record with the 2 amendments. With that, since there's no further questions, comments, or any further amendments, we're going to proceed forward to the vote. And this is to accept the agenda with the 2 amendments. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ottoso, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Ottoso votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, which is Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting and Honorable Eugene So absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we do have an agenda set forth for the Law and Order Committee for today, January 31st, 2022. Lorraine, can you make those adjustments and send that new agenda out out to all of the delegates? Thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. There is none at this time. We're going to go to item 5A, legislation number 0007-22. Do we have the sponsors on the line? Delegate Wilson Stewart.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart, for being on the line. So with that, Lorraine, legislation number 0007-22. Can you go ahead and read that legislation into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Tracking number 0007-22, an act relating to resources and development, budget, finance, law and order, and Navajo committees and the nomination council, allocating $900,000 from the nomination tourism fund 24 and NC section 741 to Division of Economic Development Tourism Department to cover the tourism department's personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of FY 2022, amending 24 and NC section 741B to allow all revenue in the tourism fund to be used by any and all nomination programs for tourism related purposes. This will move forward to Navajo and nomination council, and attached are the exhibits. Exhibit A is resolution BFO 56-93, resolution of the Budget Finance Committee approving the nomination tourism fund management plan to be administered by the Navajo Tourism Department, Division of Economic Development. Going on to Exhibit C is the Navajo Nation Supplemental Funding Proposal Summary. And D is the nomination budget summary. And that is attached with the budget forms. And going on to Exhibit E is the listing of positions and assignments by business unit. Item F, or the Exhibit F, is memorandum dated October 27, 2021 to all in 2 NAC 164 reviewers, delegates, and 2 NAC section 164 reviewers. Nomination government, Arville McKay, department manager, the nomination tourism department, and from Robert Willie, County Manager, Office of the Controller. Subject tourism request to increase budget in the amount of $900,000 and has gone through the 5-day comment process, and there are no comments. And there is RDC committee report, which was dated January 18, 2022. And that was considered, and there is a vote tally roll call sheet attached with 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 not voting, which is the chair not voting. And the Budget Finance Committee committee report is also attached, dated January 19, 2022. And with the vote of, well, actually, it's a final vote tally on the committee report added to January 1922 agenda. That vote tally is not attached. But anyway, the vote is 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So legislation number 0007-22 has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion by Otto So.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second.
What's the question?
James. Honorable Vince James, I'm sorry, did you say you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second that has been established. Honorable Vince James, you do have a question regarding this legislation. The floor is yours. Is it about the legislation after it's been read into the record, or is it about the legislation after the presentation has been made?
Madam Chair, after the presentation, thank you.
Okay, so with that, Delegate Wilson Stewart, you do have 20 minutes on the clock to present your information. You can have up to 2 agents who can help to assist you. You have presented to this committee before, but I will ask, are there any questions on the procedure before the floor is turned over to you?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Stewart. With that, everyone, I would like to remind you all to please make sure that your phone is on mute so that the presenters are not interrupted while they're sharing information with this committee. We do have a 0 tolerance rule, so you have been warned that if your phone is not on mute, we will hang up on you and you'll be required to either call back in or just stay offline. So with that, I'm asking everyone right now to look at your phone, make sure that your phone is on mute. Delegate Stewart, you do have 20 minutes. The floor is yours.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and also Law and Order Committee members and the staff as well that are assisting and online, and all those listening. And my 2 agents, Madam Chair, are going to be Mr. Arvil McCabe from the tourism, and also Mr. JT Woolley, if needed, Division Director for Economic Development. This legislation is part of the one that was part of the winter session that I tabled, 003. This one here is requesting for the same amount, but this one is not requesting from CSA, it's requesting from the hotel occupancy tax, which they refer to as the HOT, which came into effect back on the resolution CJY 2792. And this one is used towards the Division of Economic Development funds and can be used towards the programs there, especially the tourism, which is what we're seeking funding for. And this is again to reflect some losses that they will have and to assist with the operations and maintenance, and also the personnel as well for this year's tourism under that department. of tourism. And I know that there are other areas that are going to be covered by Mr. McCabe. So with that, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. McCabe, who oversees the Tourism Department under Division of Economic Development.
Mr. McCabe, the floor is yours.
Yate, Madam Chair, do committee members. She Arbol Timi Cabin, she non-stations Lindo Tapani Bushes Chain. That not Jenny Ada should che Twitch in the Ada should nulla. Put out the national. I'd like to say good morning to Madam Chair and the committee members, and I appreciate you taking the time to hear my resolution concerning funding for the remaining part of the year for the Tourism Department. As you are aware, the tourism industry was closed a little over a year, which impacted funding from hospitality occupancy tax due to the closure. That funding source is what the tourism office uses for the year to fund the department. Many of the activities that we work on in collaboration with some of the chapters who request it. Last year in Arizona alone, we lost $115.5 million in the tourism industry. That does not include Utah or New Mexico, due to the economic visitor impact study that we completed in 2019. We used those numbers to come to that figure of 115 million. Also, the issue at hand that will be addressed is the 2017 legislation that was passed. I don't have the number offhand, but it concerns the hot tax law that was put in place concerning this office and the Parks and Recreation Department. During the 2017 year, we worked with DOJ to address this issue and invited Parks and Rec to the table. But due to no response from that office, it was advised that we not address it alone at that time. So we put it on the back burner, and I hate to say it, but we forgot all about it until we started working with the Office of Legislative Services, who brought that again to my attention. So at this time, we'd like to address that issue and go ahead and clear that 2017 legislation and move forward with the funding as was intended when the funds were first developed. As was stated in the legislation, that all entities are able to use this funding, providing that it is addressing amenities or to improve sites throughout the Navajo Nation that provide amenities for visitors to our great nation. Again, I appreciate the time that you're taking to hopefully pass this resolution and move it to the next committee. And I appreciate your favorable response.
Delegate Stewart, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, legislation 0007-22 has been presented to us by Delegate Wilson Stewart and his agent, Mr. McCabe. Are there, I know that we do have a Delegate Vince James who does have a question. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair.
Delegate Yazzie, did you want to be
Yeah,
added?
put me in the, yes, please. I'm sorry, Mr. James. Yes, I have a question.
That's fine, thank you. Delegate Vince James, you have the floor.
Madam Ado LOC committee members ni Glenigi colleagues Ado Sha Kahasi is not Ado Nana Kodo Dan Shunai Mr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Ado Tourist Department Dan Yadi Do is not Di de Kodo Bahna Dish Kido Lehiki ya it's going to go to most likely Office of the Controller. I don't know if we have Mr. Robert Willie on the line, but in regards to funds, how much is reserved for Parks and Recs Department? In regards to the memo that they had sent on October 27, 2021, and there is an unaudited balance of $4 million, and so that's where my question is going to be. Ado Nana number 2. My next question for number 2 is how much of these funds are going back to the actual hosting chapters that have these tourism sites, and how many of that percentage of the funds that is being indicated, how much of that is going back to the hosting site of where the funds were generated, part of the funds were generated. And number 3 is I've always looked at items and situations in regards to equalization, and in this case, how much of the items that are listed in the budget form 4, how is that equally distributed back to the hosting tourism sites? And that's one of my big question, because I've always wondered how much funds the hosting sites or where all of these tourism sites are actually receiving, and how much of these funds is practically being used by administration, in this case central administration at Window Rock. How many of the funds are actually used there? And it's a continuous question that I have, that we need to look back at the local level and assist. And when you look at the budget forms, there's no indication of equalization distribution to each of the tourism sites throughout the Navajo Nation. It's just more of a centralized budget. And so if we have an employee call from the Chi area, blah, 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 we need this much funds, who actually makes that determination? Who actually makes that approval? Is the individual, this would be my 5th question, would the individual that makes that approval out there on a daily basis of where these revenues are collected on a daily basis? Or is it somebody that stays in Window Rock and doesn't know the daily activities that happen on on-site tourism, daily revenues that are coming in? And so that would be my 5th question. Those are my 5 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate James. Delegate Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, thank you. Again, good members, good morning, committee members, everyone that's listening, and to the sponsor, Mr. Honorable Wilson, and to your agents there as well. On this issue, I would like to offer a directive, and I know Mr. JT is very familiar with this. When it comes to tourists and when it comes to hotel issues, Crown Point is in dire need of help with the hotel there that's trying to be built. And we've been trying, and I would ask my my colleagues that the directive, and I hope, I don't know if Ms. Barbara is on, but the directive would be entitled that I'm asking the economic department, the tourist department, to work with Mr. John Largo in the Eastern Regional Business Department to get the hotel constructed there in Crown Point. And I know Mr. Freeland is aware of it and all the Eastern delegates, but that's just my directive, Madam Chair. And I hope committee members that you help me on this. And I'm glad the legislation is being brought before us today. And so that's just to get this hotel up and going. It's been in the planning for almost close to 6 years now, my colleagues. And so we've been trying to get support, and I'm saying this with the utmost respect, from this department, but it just seems like it's not headed in that right direction. So my directive would be that, Madam Chair, and members, again, I plead with you that that you help me help us on this on behalf of Eastern Agency to get this hotel built in the Crown Point area, because tourists, State Road 371 also is the main road, and then Chaco Canyon. And then also, it would also help and benefit the doctors for IHS to be housed and take rooms there. And then, the Bistide Badland areas too. So I would really ask my colleagues for your help on this directive and to be added on the legislation. Madam Chair, I reserve my time. Oh, well, no, yeah, that's my directive. My motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. So in terms of the directive, if you could actually send an email with what you want on that directive, the language, I guess specifically what you want the directive to say. If you could send that to Dana, my understanding is we will hear the report, we'll vote on it, and then then you can motion for the directive. And by that time, the language will be ready and completed. And then that way Dana is not having to scramble around to put the directive together. Dana is on the line right now. So if you could work with Dana, or I believe Laureline is also on the line as well. But to put the language together for the directive, and after the motion, after the vote for legislation 0007-22 is taken, then we can go ahead and we can proceed forward with the directive. Delegate Yazzie. Is that correct, Dana?
Okay.
Am I in order that the way that is the way that the directive is handled? Dana, are you still with us on the line?
Whoops, my apologies. I was muted. Yes, Madam Chair, you are correct, so that directives are done after the legislation is heard. Directives are then put in writing and forwarded to whoever the directive is addressed to, as well as a copy to OPVP. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So again, Delegate Yazzie, if you could go ahead and work with Dana.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll do that. Okay, thank you, committee members.
Thank you. So with that, Delegate Vince James did ask 5 questions. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Delegate Stewart and his agent, Mr. McCabe. And then we'll proceed forward with other questions from committee members and other delegates who are on the line. So with that, Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll refer those questions and responses to my agent, again, Mr. McCabe, and also Mr. J.T. Woolley, Division Director.
Mr. McCabe, Mr. J.T. Willie, if you're on the line, the question has been directed to you, so the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. As far as the question number 1, how much of that money belongs to Parks and Rec? That issue was brought up, and that's why the legislation was drafted under the year 2017, is we don't actually know how much of that funding is Parks and Rec's fund. And we don't have an actual number until an audit is done by the Office of the Controller to see which parts of that $4 million belongs where. As far as number 2, chapters that are within the areas of where we receive our funding, yes, we have reinvested many funds throughout the years back to those chapters. And at the same time, we do co-ops with the 3 states so we can advertise and promote the various destinations across the nation, which impact the chapters that they lie within. Meaning that we don't actually know how much of the funding comes from Crown Point. We don't know how much of the funding comes from Kayenta, Tuba City, and all the other areas that have hotels. But we advertise for them and we apply for grants that are used in those communities to assist with promoting their areas. As far as the chapters requesting that we advertise those areas for them, I would like to take Crown Point, for instance. Since the national park is also there, we also partner with the park. We partner with the state of Arizona to promote to promote the area in, not Crown Point, Chinle, to further their tourism amenities and to assist the chapter with some of the projects that they do have going. But we don't have the fund. Right now we're in the process of putting together a report that would show how much of the funding over the last 5 years has actually gone to assist chapters. Again, we also take into consideration that the funding that we're talking about for Parks and Rec, for the Monument Valley area, that hotel there is what Parks and Rec receives. And to date, I believe they used the funding only once. And it was, I believe, for infrastructure. The funding did not go to marketing the area. I'm not sure if they have other funding that they use to do that. But for us, we also use our funding to promote Monument Valley, since it's one of our most visible destinations on Navajo. As Form 4, number 3, Form 4 identifies the funding source, meaning that approximately $125,000 goes back to advertisement, media, radio, magazines, those types with co-ops from the 3 states, meaning that the overall total budget for advertising comes to $250,000. That is divided mostly into Arizona, partial New Mexico, and also for Utah. As for number 4, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't quite hear what the question was for number 4. But I'll go on to number 5 and then come back to number 4. As far as who approves the funding, that would be my office in collaboration with, of course, the executive director who also approves the budget. For funding different projects that we work on through chapter initiatives, we usually invite the chapter to be a partner, meaning that whatever type of funding that they have that they can also put up as maybe a match, we can move forward on the projects that they're requesting. Take into consideration the project that we will begin working on in a few months with Cameron. We got a grant for $75,000, and my department put up a match of $50,000 to assist them in a plan for that area there. Knowing that they also have other grants, we will be meeting with many of our partners in that area to see how we can assist the chapter in identifying their needs and where they need to maybe increase part of their funding to assist. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but could number 4 question be repeated?
Thank you for that, Mr. McCabe. Delegate Vince James, can you repeat your 4th question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to my 4th question, how is this equal distributed among all the hosting tourism, the hosting site that generates the funds? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate James.
Mr. McCabe, I'm sorry. So what are the committee rules? It's a committee rule across all committees and also council as well. Normally the agents can't be called upon, or they get called upon to answer those questions. But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and call upon Delegate Wilson Stewart to answer that question. And if he can't answer it, he can call upon his agent. Delegate Stewart.
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. McCabe for that answer to Mr. James's question.
Mr. McCabe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. The funding is not dispersed to the chapters or distributed to any specific area due to the funds are to be used to promote our destinations across the Navajo Nation. The way the chapters benefit from the fund is to request our assistance to help them promote or to help them establish destinations. I'll use an example, Naizi. We are in the process of working with them on their 3 Turkey Ruins area and understand that there is an agreement in place already with Parks and Rec. They approached my office and we are in the process of working on a grant with that office and also finding ways that we can assist them by funding the area, because that will benefit, of course, all the way into Ganado, all the way on to Chin Lee that sits right in the middle. We visited the site and found that there are many discrepancies. That's just roads. It's very hard to get to the site using the road that they do have, but I understand that they have an agreement with Apache County and they're working on that. So we have set up a second meeting that we will be meeting with them to see where we can begin once the grant is ready for submittal. And we're hoping that we get at least $750,000 to assist that chapter, in hopes that there is no match funding also. So that is how we distribute the funding, by assisting them with their projects. I know that Burnham. We also are working with that area in order to see how we can assist. There are many projects that we do work on. How the funding is used to distribute to the chapters, and that's many maybe feasibility studies, surveys, and we work closely with the regional business offices who, when they are approached, say that they have a tourism project that needs funding. So we work with them also out in the field. Then we begin to attend the meetings and see how we can help. Thank you for that. And I'll go down to the final question, which is the hotel that is in the Crown Point district. We did assist the individual who was or is the owner of that property. They approached us with a bill of $35,000 to get in place the flagship name for that property. And we have been working with John Largo on this, but I haven't heard anything from him in some time. But that project, we did pay the flagship cost of $35,000. So it isn't that we didn't want to help them. It is that the amount of money that they were asking for, I believe, which was $5 million, my department didn't have that type of funding at the time. So we did assist them, like I said, with $35,000, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cave. Does that conclude the answering of the questions posed by your colleagues, Delegate Stewart?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So with that, Delegate Vince James, were all of your questions answered?
So now that I know that all my answers were not answered, and I just created more questions for me, Madam Chair.
Delegate Vince James, I can go ahead and add you as a follow-up since you have more questions based on the answers that have been provided. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions for the presenter? Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. All adjournment could open unbending. And I was wondering why we were part of the realm of funding here relating to this funding pertaining to the tourism, the hot spots, and we are amending statutes. So that's the reason why law and order became one of the places where the legislation needs to drop a stop. And with this, this is committee members, we know that this is moving to NABI, and we know that this is moving to council. And the amendment one is that it indicates that allocating $900,000 from the Navajo Nation Tourism Fund. And this tourism fund is looks like through how this is set up is granted for the oversight from Economic Development Tourism Fund. Alcohol, the tourism department is something that I have a lot of questions about, and a lot of questions to because if you look at what over the years, how much hot tax was collected over the years, and just to see what tourism department has actually worked on with economic development. And now you have Parks and Rec, correct? Before I move on, is it Parks and Rec? Parks and Recreation, correct? Mr. McKay? Is that who he works for? So, Madam Chair, I'm getting the assumption that Parks and Rec wants $900,000 from that pot of money to cover the tourism aspect, personnel, and operating expense for the remainder of FY22. And that's what alludes to amending Title 24, Navajo Nation Code, subsection 741B, to allow revenues in the tourism fund to be used by any and all Navajo Nation programs for tourism related purposes. And what I'm getting to is Mr. McCabe earlier indicated, we promote the hotel, we promote this and that, and I heard website. I went on to the Parks and Recreation website, and the only hotel that they are promoting is the View Hotel, which is owned by Ortegas. No other hotel that maybe not even the Tribal Enterprise Hotel is listed here. These hotels generate hot taxes, and it is indicated on the record that they promote these hotels. And I just thought, okay, they're promoting these things, these hotels willingly, not being asked. It must be on their website. So that's what I look for first, the hotel. The only hotel that Parks and Recreation is out there publicly, I guess, marketing out there is the View Hotel. And then you see the tour guides again. Over here you have the tour guides that are they are on here because they pay a certain fee to the nation. I'm glad that you guys are listing them. That's an antelope. You look at Monument Valley Tours, ancient waivers, waters, river tours, Monument Valley Safari, Three Sister Navajo Goat Tour Guide. So I'm glad, you have those individuals who are paying the nation a certain fee. And this is in the Monument Valley. Canyon de Chelly, huh? Yeah, they just had the tour guide. But I don't see any hotel. Well, Thunderbird Lodge is finally on here, which is a tribal enterprise. Finally, under a tour guide, not a hotel. I know they have a tour guide business there attached to the enterprise, but nothing to say about the hotel, which Mr. McCabe indicates we are promoting them. I don't see anything pertaining to the hotel in Tuba City, which is the tribally owned enterprise hotel, which he indicates on the record that he is promoting hotel. What I'm getting to, committee members, the hotel occupancy tax based on the So I really like what Vince James was talking about. How much of these tourism dollars are reinvested back into the area where tourism is a vital industry. Alcohol. A couple of years ago, there was about 2 million in Nilo. I remember Honorable Herman Daniel tried to tap into that to get some resources for our vendors. And Parks and Rec basically in Nilo. That time Martin Begay was the director. Basically, out of today. Alcohol. Should be there. At economic development, maybe if we could get Department of Economic Development on the line to tell us on how they utilize these dollars, because it sounds like these dollars is there's really not much development going on. They're opening the door so that tribal program can utilize them. And I really hate for it to stay in Winter Rock, because the world turns in Winter Rock only. And whether it's direct services or anything else, our businesses are out there trying to say, hey, help us. And they're trying to scream for help. But in this case, there's $900,000 sitting that is being requested and being rerouted to pay for expenses for remainder of FY22. And that is for personnel department and operating expense. In the comprehensive budget, I want to know how much money they receive in the comprehensive budget. That's number one. Number two, maybe we could utilize this as a trade-off and propose an amendment so that they can receive their operating costs out of this fund, and that way we can weed them out of the comprehensive budget, the program. They can solely rely on the hot tax for the operation. They chose to say what they're doing is to promote for businesses, but right now I don't see on their website them promoting any other businesses except the Ortega Hotel in Monument Valley. It's not owned by the Navajo Nation. Not even owned by Parks and Rec. Alcohol. And I think anything pertaining to our hotel occupancy tax, we really need to look at
It ego chon ido le no at hope on nish. Beta in nish. This. So si yego peso. So jabanante higi tourism. So si yego the investment is really not there utilizing these dollars, and it really makes me think, where are these dollars being utilized at? I get lecture within tribal administration. And that's the reason why I really want to hear something from Department of Economic Development, because right now, hotel occupancy tax, a couple of years ago, Grand Falls, I bought the waterless restroom. Now, Grand Falls and John had not that you kiddo. Least the restroom that. Then I bought the restroom at that. And I want to see what the Navajo Nation has built with the hotel occupancy tax that had been received for the past many years. Really haven't seen anything. Just that waterless restroom. What else? You have the improvements that happen on the gorge. I don't see any major improvement in the Monument Valley area when you go there. The oil who is really using it and how is it really utilized? And you know, understand we things such as restrooms, but the that is some that I really want to see if economic development can expand on. And if they have any documents pertaining to, prior years of how much they receive and how much they spent on improvements of tourism on the Navajo Nation. Because and then you go to Four Corners. Tourism Porta Johns, no, I had this artist that actually sells his art out there. Obayasin, yeah. Porta Johns, there's no tissue. There's no this and that. Where does these dollars go then? And I remember I talked to Mr. I was in Navigatia committee. I talked to Mr. The same thing I told Mr. Gay. Oh, we'll go address it. We'll go address it. The division directors don't work for the council. Or leave our division directors alone, our managers, they don't work for you. But again, as these managers that come on to the nation and never beso ben Mr. McCabe, never beso be falago idnish. Alcohol dide in K ya beso nas edne zatin amazing sagi ano nis koje na nishit ihja aj beta in nisole Beta inishiki eka kodon da nishika chudish e. Da inishite e kodo e anda alte tole. Do you have any timeline and projections to say if these $900,000 was allocated to you, what would be the outcome in your timelines for projections to try to get these funds utilized? Because I don't want it to become something to say, oh, we got it for this, or carry over need or this none. If you don't use these dollars, how do we hold you responsible for this? How do we hold you responsible as a manager for not carrying out these responsibilities that you have, that you want, that you propose to be outlined in this plan? Remember, it's from January day to September 30th when the end of fiscal year begins, or the fiscal year ends. How do we hold you responsible for this? How will you set responsibility for not carrying out these duties? As lawmakers, we need to look at how we utilize these hot dollars, hot tax. Economic development had so many years to build out this economy. As hotel occupancy tax. But Honorable Edmund Yazi is talking about his hotel project, the hotel project in Crown Point. And it really baffles me that travel programs are really not pushing these. Not even looking at the economic belt. Onsen. Ako what sisi keso sensa keso shinne. Nera nesa ho sanje nina nishka inne do anda anish. Do aden hichi the car. Go to the cut. Grand Canyon or Page or Hatini. The net can Pahawanda inni. Go to the Marble Canyon Bridge there, the Nebanda inni. I agree some improvement has happened. But I choose that I say that additional improvements needs to happen. There managers at the I'm this manager, I'm that manager for this program. Improvements of those facilities are your responsibility. No, I grew up selling. You know how it is not to have a restroom. Thing is, you need to put yourself in that person's shoes that's telling, because they're bringing that economic tool to the nation, and that's the tourism. The never care have a cut now, the never care have a cut. He or she will spend funds We'll collect them whether it's in hotel occupancy tax or we will collect them in sales tax. And other improvements which will improve their lives are artisans. And it did what for now. Thank you.
Vice Chair Otto. So that was a long comment and also some questions that were thrown in there. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over right now to the sponsor, Delegate Wilson Stewart. You can call upon your agents if need be. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a response to some of the comments, thank you for the positive comments that were given back. And also, we all know that, within our Navajo Nation government, there are several areas that need to be revisited and revised. Called the Navajo Tourism Department, if you go under the Navajo Discovers, that's the current website that they use. Under that one, you have your different areas like the relaxation that says, and then the experiences, the tours, the maps on the Navajo Nation, and the different areas that are covered, and also gives a brief intro as to how the Navajo Department of Tourism came about within and how it was established. And those are some areas that I want to clarify. As far as the tax goes, it is through the hospital, is the hotel occupancy tax. That's where it's from, and this is what we're requesting for. And it's established by the Navajo Nation Council, and it's to fund and be administered by the Tourism Department. So, again, all we are requesting for is to pass this through. And it's just not us. Toso stated, this is going through the other committees, and it's going through NABI yet too. So, whatever questions, comments in the future that you may all think about, and how to get clarified in different areas, we could answer those at the time as well. But for now, if we don't get back to your questions, but for now, that was the response from myself. Madam Chair, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. McCabe or Mr. Willie to answer other questions as well. Madam.
Delegate Stewart. Phone number starting in 928, ending in 169. Okay, thank you, Sherelle, for muting them. So with that, Mr. McCabe, Mr. Willie, the floor is yours to answer the questions that have been posed to you by Delegate Otto So.
Madam Chair, and I appreciate what Delegate Otto So brought to the committee. There seems to be a conception that the Parks and Recreation Department and the Tourism Department are under the same division, and also share the same website, but that is not the case. I am the director for the Tourism Department under Economic Development. Of course, Parks and Rec lies under Natural Resources, and I again appreciate the questions that have been brought up, and I've been asked those questions time and time again, and I always refer those questions back to Martin Begay, who is charged with overseeing the Navajo Nation parks. As for my department, we do have a website, and that is discovernavajo.com. And on there, if you go to a portion that's set on the website that's relax, you'll find all the hotels where we get our funding from listed there, along with many of the tours, many of the bed and breakfasts who request our services to be advertised on our site. You'll find a lot of great information on that website there. I'm not sure why the Parks and Recreation Department only advertises one hotel, but they too rely on hot tax, and I believe that the reason they only have the one hotel is that's because that's where they get their funding from. But knowing that we are in this together, I'm surprised to hear that they don't advertise many of the hotels that are located near many of their sites, because of course that's where they get their tally numbers from. That's where they get visitors to the many areas that they oversee. As far as getting general funds from the Navajo Nation, my department does not get any general funding. We only get all of our funding for operations from the proprietary account, which is the hospitality occupancy account, 100%. And that funding usually runs about 1.1 million. What they hold is the 20% that needs to be distributed into other funding sources. As for the funding to be expended this year, usually we never request carryovers, and that's due to the funding going back into the proprietary account that we don't use for any given year. Last year, we slated $175,000. As you all may recall, we requested a carryover of that amount for a project that we're working on in Shiprock. That cost to demolish the Bond and Bond project site to help clean up the area for the RV park comes to $175,000, which does not include many of the capping utilities project that also needs to be done, and that runs an additional $15,000. Of course, we also, when chapters request our assistance with funding, say they requested a grant, but it requires a funding match, and it has to do with tourism, of course, we step up and make sure that the contract identifies us as being part of that process, as is the case in Cameron. So the funding that we're requesting, the $900,000, is more or less going to be spent because we're still carrying debt from the co-op with the states that need to also be covered when and if this resolution is approved through council and NABI. So I appreciate again the questions that have been brought up, but I believe that the Director Martin Begay would be best to answer those since that lies within his district under natural resources. I hope that I did get to all of the questions that Honorable Delegate So had, and again, I appreciate that. Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Mr. McCabe. Are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding legislation 0007-22?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yes, that was the reason why I asked earlier if
Mr. McCabe was working for running Parks and Rec or economic development. But again, the reason why I say this is that this pot of money, that part is cleared up, and I just pulled up Discover Navajo, and I tell you the truth, yeah, it's on their hotel. The first time that I heard that there was a Discover Navajo website, and it's very interesting, and the promotion that that should be done, because I think if I don't know that this website's there, I think other people that don't know that. But what I'm getting to is that, since Mr. McCabe is online and he's vouching for economic development now, can you give us a rundown on how much dollars are in the hotel occupancy tax funding overall at this point as we're speaking today? And that's number one. Number two, I guess give us a rundown of have economic development enlighten us. What have they done really improve sites across the nation in these aspects of economic development in the tourism business, in the tourism avenue? Go to Travel Center on I-40, which the property is run by Hospitality Enterprise, and they have a little area at the Nebon Da'ini. They have a little arbor for shade where they eat, and they have their restrooms, which are nice, clean restrooms, and those is done by 100% Hospitality Enterprise, but out of their own funds. You have these hotel occupancy tax that's being collected in Harvard at this current intakers of the funds. And what has the improvement of tourism on the Navajo Nation as of today? Maybe he can enlighten us and give us thoughts of because you had many division directors. You had the same managers and a lot of the same employees that stayed there, because the division directors always go because they're political appointees. You have wealth of knowledge of workers working there. Say deep in the sheet, maybe the manager for Mr. McCabe can enlighten us on what have they improved on the nation utilizing the hot tax, other than the web page. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for those questions and then also those comments. Do we have any other committee members who wish to speak at this time? Or any other delegates who are currently on the line who have any questions?
Can I go back to my follow-up question? This is Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair and LLC. And then also thank you for the response. I still would like to to find out from Mr. Robert Woolley of why do we have an unaudited amount of $4,217,157. And I think that would answer a lot of questions that we have of the reason of why this legislation is before LOC. And again, my question in regards to who makes the approval of the funds that are requested by the tourism department or by the hotel itself that generated these funds. That wasn't answered, and throws me back into the next question of, okay, where is the Navajo Nation marketing plan? Why do we not have a marketing plan attached to this legislation? And the way I see this legislation is, let's dip into the funds, the hot funds, and usually the council approves it for us. And we need to understand that a lot of improvement are lacking at the site of the hosting generating funds site. And my Nale Honorable Otto So elaborated on it quite a bit. We have many visitors that come to this site. So, and then it brings me back to my next question is that we were just informed that we don't know how much funds are generated by each of the hotel, and there's no way of knowing. But yet in the legislation, which is on oh God, I'm just making marks on my, which is on in the legislation, which is on page 3 of 7. And page 3 of 7, line 12. Hello?
We're still here.
Okay. So on page 3 of the legislation, page 3 of 7 of the legislation on line 12, you indicated that you don't know, it's hard to identify how much funds are coming back from these hotels. But yet on line 12, you've indicated an estimated amount of 115,500,000 of tourist-related revenue since the spring of 2020 that has been lost. And so I'm trying to comprehend, you can figure out a number of loss, but you can't figure out how much you are generating funds from each of these hotels throughout the Navajo Nation. So that throws me back to that question of how much are these funds that are generated by the hosting revenue generated, how much of that is being equally distributed back to that site to make those improvements? And when you start reviewing the legislation, it gets really interesting to me because I sit here and I review your budget forms. I review your budget forms, and those budget forms are not corresponding to what you had just indicated. I see a lot of this funds going back into personnel. And is that the reason why we don't see any improvement at our hotel sites, that we continuously see no improvement at those areas. And again, a lot of this funds is going back into personnel and going back into operating costs. But when I look at it, your budget form 4s, when I look at those forms, majority of all of that funds is staying in Window Rock at administration. And so I'm trying to comprehend again of how you're making this an equal distribution to all the different areas that generate funds into one central location. And that would move me into the amendment that Budget and Finance approved. And so that's where I'm at with this whole legislation. I'm trying to figure out where you're telling us the information, but then when you read the legislation, it's not corresponding to it. The exhibits, the documents that are attached to the legislation is not corresponding to it. And so I'm really interested in where are these funds being utilized towards projects for improvement on these current hosting generated sites. And on your legislation, you have your budget forms in there, but it talks about your personnel. You've indicated personnel. And so when I look at your budget form, it's how do these individuals go back and assist the hosting generated hotel? How are they going back and helping them? And so you have 4 regular full-time positions. And so the way I see it is you are going to have, the way I see this is the way you've indicated on your budget form is that we only have 4 hotels throughout the Navajo reservation. But then when you talk about it, there's not 4 hotels on the Navajo reservation. So in response to that, I come back and look at this and tell myself, oh, these 4 regular time position rings the bell that is going to be in Window Rock. And so that's majority of 168,000. And it doesn't, and you don't give a position title of what position you're going to hire for to give us an understanding of what the salary is going to be for this position. And so I really expect that, just being general on your budget form as hiring for a regular time position, it doesn't cut it for me, because what is these individuals going to do? There's no position title. And how are they going to assist these hotels throughout the Navajo Nation? And so I hope you understand where I'm coming with this. And these travel expenses, your next indication, how is this travel expense? Is this going to be utilized by the hosting hotel occupancy employees? Or is it for Window Rock staff to travel from Window Rock to the hotels that are generating the funds and have a meeting there and so forth down the line. Well, I'm trying to figure all of this out on your budget form. And your next third budget form is your operating costs, your office supplies. How is this disseminated among all of the hosting hotels throughout the Navajo Nation? And it don't indicate on, okay, well, this amount is going to go for this hotel or for this agency of whatever hotel it's hosting. And it just goes down the line. And the next budget form is you have equipments that are in there. Building leases. Is this funds for staff that at the hotels throughout the Navajo Nation to lease for training? Or is this more of an administration deal thing again? Where is that collaboration happening between the hotel and the hosting chapters? And down the line, and where are all of this information coming together to make those improvements? In this case, one, for example, is like Crown Point. They've been waiting for a hotel there for the longest time. So is this going towards that, to have meetings for all of these building spaces amount that you have listed on the budget forms? And so when you were talking to us, you indicated most of these funds are going into advertisement. You've indicated that funds are going towards advertisement for these hotels, but that doesn't cut it for me, because for me, it's like, okay, if you're making these advertisements on behalf of the hotels throughout the Navajo Nation, how come you're not sharing the information of how much is generated by each of the hotels? And so that throws me to my next question, is how much of these funds that is generated by the hotel, how much is that is actually going back? And it seems like you don't have an answer for that. But yet there's a big amount of funds that you're requesting for technology. And so I'm assuming that you would, if you can't have some kind of business software to indicate how much funds are coming back from these hotels to give that equal distribution, which would be part of your market plan, it's I'm assuming that's what you're going to use the 14,000 for. Or is this 14,000 something that is going to be utilized there at Window Rock at administration for these new regular hired staff? So I hope you're getting the picture and the understanding of where I'm coming from, to understand why a lot of this funds is not going back into new project improvements, or even the current projects that are needed out there. The updated information, the updated improvement that are needed out at these sites. And you also have on here your contractual service. And so you have that amount at 189,419. And where is this going to be used at? Is some of this funds actually going to Crown Point to move forward for the project? But again, this is for professional and consultant service to participate in profession to determine projects. So when I read this, I'm assuming that majority of this fund is not going towards Crown Point again, nor to any of the other sites that have been indicated to develop a hotel. And so I'm trying to put your whole concept here that you provided to us, that's here before us. I'm just at loss. And when I look at your next form, you have funds set aside for promotional items, gifts and awards, charity contribution. You have funds, and I'm just like, what is this for? Is this for the employees that are of the hotels that's generating these funds again, or is it more of centralizing and more of administration level at Window Rock that is doing all of this? And so my next one is your training and registration. Is this for the owners of the hotels that are generating these funds? And yeah, I go down the line to, and there's even vehicle, auto insurance and so forth, vehicle policy payment for liability. That, I mean, are these the vehicles that the hotels are using, or is it more of what is there at Window Rock administration? And when I look at the last portion of your budget form 4, you have capital outlay, and you have communication, water line, power lines, and wastewater. Again, where is this funds going to be utilized? Is it for an upgraded water line system, an upgraded power line? I just figured that most of the hotels already had majority of these infrastructures in place to be generating these funds. And so a quaggy I think I'm trying to put all of this together, and at the same time it doesn't correspond with what was in place back in 2009 in regards to the Title 24 taxation, and then also the form, the Budget and Finance Committee approving the Navajo Nation Tourist Fund Management Plan to be administered by the Navajo Tourist Department, Division of Economic Development, that was in place back in '93. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, how does this correspond with these two documents that are in place? And I hopefully you can help me, unless you're just going to avoid my questions again. But I know this legislation is going to move on, but I would still have the same question if it's not answered at Nabik. And I know it's a lot of questions that I have that has been generated in regards to the first 5 questions that I've had. And so I'm more of trying to understand where all of this is corresponding to develop towards related projects, and then completing development requirements for each of the projects that's laid out throughout the Navajo Nation. And where is all of this preparedness and submitting application for these projects? Where are they at? And so when you look at those two documents that have been attached from the 93 and 09, 2009, I'm trying to figure out, okay, where is the information, the community-based tourism development plan? Where is that, all of that that's requested in the documents from 1993 and then also from 2009? Where are those documents? And so that throws me back to how many tourism development presentation and workshops have you done since that time? and there's no indication, and of course we don't see no new hotels throughout the Navajo Nation for the Navajo Nation. And that's just a big question for me at this point, and I hope my colleagues that are on the line understand where I'm trying to get to and where I'm trying to have you guys understand. This is not a corresponding legislation that we should move forward until we have that understanding of what kind of plan is in place, what kind of work has been done to give these funds over. And so a quite a shaka to so to aden not bishan haditze had egi la and nahot or is it that we as the 24th Navajo Council can assist you to moving forward to a lot of these projects that are needed on the Navajo Nation. And so when we give funds more into personnel and operating costs, it's just a continuation of the way the current workforces act. And I just tell myself, how are we going to generate more funds when we have all these funds that we could make improvement and start building new buildings and then start making great improvements at a lot of these sites, because we have many visitors that come out to the Navajo Nation, and when they see and they ask, and their visitor, they ask, where's your men's room, your ladies room, and sometimes we have to point over there to the side and say, hey, there's an outhouse over there. So in regards to this legislation, but it to me it just seems like we're not going to see any improvements. Again, it's more of hiring of a personnel and then operating supplies. So that's where I stand. Thank you, Madam Chair and LLC and colleagues and listeners. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate James. So with that, we have two committee members who have asked questions and who provided some concerns. I'm going to turn the floor back over to the sponsor at this time. Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours. You can call upon your agents at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the questions and comments that were also again posed on this legislation. And this legislation is stated, that it's to go back towards the keeping the staff employed. It's for the Division of Economic Development and Tourism Department to cover the tourism department's personnel and operating expenses for the remainder of 2022, which is what we're in. When these programs departments submitted their budgets, we are all aware that each program, department, division had a shortfall. Through those shortfalls, we stated at the very beginning, we did not want to go towards layoff. These figures, these numbers, they come from Office of Controller, which does, yes, need an updated memo because of this legislation being drafted from back in October to now. It has gotten this far in the process. So through that process, everything will be updated when we get to here. The other area as well too is that this legislation, is going only towards those departments. It's not going towards renovation. It's not going towards building. Those can be put in another legislation according to how the hot tax, hotel occupancy tax, is written too. And we are all aware, that there are other areas within the FRF and also within the ARPA that we're looking at for funding, but we all know too that in the back of our minds that we're going to have to negotiate those areas still, which is why the legislation, I think it was 257, is 60-day work session again. So, there are the areas and those, but these are to make sure that these funds continue through. That's what I want to share from my thoughts and listening to the discussion this far, Madam Chair. For the rest of the comments, the questions that were pretty extensive, going from requesting for updated memos and also going to the communities funding, also going to the staff, also going to the department, all these questions, wherever I didn't miss or whatever I missed, and then whatever again Mr. McCabe may miss, that we can get those answers back by Nabik Ietye, because with Nabik Ietye well I'll hear this as well too. So this committee, is going to be hearing it today, and then it goes before again on the for Nabik Ietye. So that's what I want to share thus far, Madam Chair. So I will go ahead and turn the floor over again to Mr. McCabe from here.
Mr. McCabe, the floor has been turned over to you.
Again, good afternoon, Law and Order Committee members and Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to answer the questions. First off, I wanted to answer Delegate Otto So's questions, and that would be if you refer to the exhibit that is identified as Mr. Mr. Robert Willie's memo, in which case I believe it's identified as Exhibit F. Mr. Willie, back in October when we requested this to be moved forward, the total amount in that proprietary account was $4,217,157. That would be the answer to question one. The second question, which is improvements, that I would go with just a few projects that we worked on over the years. And of course, I'd like to also mention that we really work closely with the regional business offices and the chapters. When we see that there are improvements that need to happen, we usually would like the chapter to be supporting of the project. That is either to improve or a new project due to the many lashbacks that we get if we were to overstep our boundaries. The improvements that have been made is in Loop. We improved the overlook of the Chocolate Falls with an investment of $150,000. The Indian Wells project, which is a location there at the junction to put up various businesses and improve their economic sustainability there, we invested $365,000 in that project. That also includes infrastructure for the wastewater location. We work closely with Chinle Chapter and the National Park Service to invest a total of $150,000 to have 3 waterless restrooms installed at that location. Even though that is overseen by Parks and Rec, we found that that was a great need when visitors came to the area to visit. I usually require my staff to go out there to see how it feels when they're in those situations. The Chinle Tourism Plan, we assisted them with $75,000, where the where the Chinle Vendor Village came about, which is also identified, I guess, as a visitor center, an area where people can picnic while visiting the area. We invested $25,000 to that. Shiprock Visitor Complex, to do the plans, the blueprint plans for that development, we have invested $355,000. The Shiprock RV Park, prior to the hemp issue that came up, we invested $60,000 to do the cleanup to that area and get it ready for development when the hemp issue came about, and now that whole site needs to be cleaned up again, probably at $500K plus. We conducted the Shiprock Pinnacle survey, which would improve the economy for the 3 chapters that are located at the border of that project site. We surveyed 9 miles around the area where Gadi Ahe, Red Valley, Shiprock would all benefit economically as soon as that becomes a tribal park, meaning that they could identify various locations where they could put up hotels and many of the amenities that are needed when tourists do visit. Denahotso, in partnership with Project Development, we assisted with $60,000 for that project site. That is where the new gas station is located and some other areas that have been withdrawn for new development. Again, the Crown Point Hotel, we assisted them with $25,000, and that was to get their flagship name. We also did a legal survey in collaboration with, with the chapter over at the Dinosaur Tracks location. That with the amount of $12,000. That we're in the process of still working with them to improve that site. But again, we have to work with RBDO and the chapter to get the land withdrawn, to get all the consensus of agreements with the permittees to the area before we can begin to move forward. And as you all know, that's a process in itself. Let's see. The Navajo Shopping Burnside location, we assisted with $50,000 to that project site. Those are just a few of the fundings that we have helped area projects that pertain to tourism get moving forward. Now I will address Delegate Vincent James' questions. The question was, why don't we know how much funding belongs to the tourism department in the preparatory account? That was a question when I first started that I brought to the Office of the Controllers, brought to their attention. With that, I was informed that all hot tax go into a sub-account prior to being disseminated for the year's budget in accordance to how much they receive. And that was established prior to the resolution that identified Parks and Rec as receiving their own funding. I guess what had happened is they didn't adjust the sub-account to identify 2 separate accounts, which would have identified the hot funding for the tourism department on its own and the hot funding for Parks and Recreation also. And as far as the economic development question, we work, like I said, with many partners. And of course, sometimes when funding, we can't fund the full project, we partner with project development or small business and the chapters, the counties, the state tourism office if they have funding, along with the various agencies who are involved in any project. So that is to assist whichever area we're working in with their development. Like I had stated earlier, a lot of those projects started at the chapter level with RBDO, and then they invite us to their second or third meeting when the land designation has started. We had a marketing plan, 2019 it ended. We began to work on our new plan in 2020. The pandemic hit. So we continued to move forward up to this funding year and had identified a vendor, a Navajo-owned company, to help us with our new marketing plan. But due to not getting the budget needed in order to implement that, we are where we are. As far as getting numbers of heads to beds and kind of identifying exactly how much hot tax is accumulated from each hotel, it's hard to get those numbers. When I first got here, we did do that. I did try to contact those hotels who are company-owned from outside sources of the Navajo Nation. And they told us that those numbers were confidential and they didn't share that information. When we requested through Tax Commission, Marty Ashley, he indicated that that funding all goes into one source, and that it would be, I guess, hard, or at that time, I guess they were not able to identify how much funding came from each because it was only identified as hotel occupancy tax. And identifying the 115,500,000, we worked with the Arizona State University, who assisted us in getting the economic impact survey together, along with AOT, who also does statistics. They have statistics on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So by using those two numbers, in order to get an idea of how much Arizona lost, a guesstimate, I guess you would say, we were given the number 115,500,000. And we also needed that number when we applied for grants at the state level, when ARPA money and CARES money became available. And it was through their assistance that we got the grants for the dinosaur tracks in the amount of $300K by them providing that information to us. And we also got a grant for the Tuba City Museum in the amount of $48,000 to assist with the advertisement of the hotel and the museum there. For the Cameron destination, we received $150,000 with a $50,000 match. We continue to apply. We are continuing to apply for ARPA funding, and we have 3 grants that we are currently working on. Again, like I said, that is the three turkey runes, the dinosaur tracks, which needs additional funding in the amount of $1 million, and the Pinnacle, which we're working on at this time, requesting an additional $100,000 so we can begin to work with the 3 chapters and begin to move forward on that project. What we give back to the various communities that have destinations that they would like to market is we work with the states on a co-op and identify those areas that have requested help with identifying and bringing their destination to the top listing. But some chapters do not want tourism in their backyard. So when we attend chapter meetings and that they make those vocal, we tend to step back and leave those areas alone. And of course, you always have people who are against, people who are for, and we listen to those. If our resolution to get their support in order to promote a destination is disapproved, then we leave those alone. So that is how the money is spent in giving back to all or many of the communities across the Navajo Nation. As is stated in the legislation, it's to promote all of Navajo Nation, not just the areas that are paying into the hotel occupancy tax, because it benefits the whole Navajo Nation when generating taxes and other revenue. Again, as was stated, where is the listing that identifies the staff positions? And if you look at your packet, it is identified in Exhibit B, which are 3 marketers and 1 senior economic development specialist who works closely with the chapters on projects. The funding that pertains to travel, shows, and other items that are identified in the budget, these are domestic shows that we attend to promote Navajo Nation as a top destination. And at some shows, we collaborate with Parks and Rec, who at times sends a representative who also participates alongside us in those events. But most of the time, those are events that my staff, my marketing staff, attend to market the Navajo Nation as a whole. That's where that funding is used. And a lot of the other operational costs are for tribal vehicles, for printing our visitor guide, because we get at least 10 to 15 requests for visitor guides per week. Even though we do have one that they can download on site, many people would rather have it in their hand, so we have to pay for postaging, which is $2.50. The magazine itself, print, runs about $2.50 per magazine, which is a $5 investment for my office for each magazine that goes out. As for all the funding that is in the marketing sub-account is for the co-ops or even some marketing initiatives that we have identified that we will work with to promote the Navajo Nation at bigger venues. As for the hotel occupancy tax, again, I will state that the full amount goes into the sub-account that is identified, and 20% of that is held back for other initiatives like any tax. And the remainder they hold an additional funding amount. I'm not sure exactly what that is, and what the remaining balance is, maybe about, I would say 75% would be what the budget is for any given year for my department or for Parks and Recreation Department under their account. We applied. Again, I want to stress that we work closely with RBDO when they find that chapters are interested in promoting tourism. Then my Senior Economic Development Office specialist attends those meetings and brings the project back and identifies what it is actually needed prior to the project getting started. Excuse me, that's whether we need surveys, how far the land designation is, are all the permittees in agreement? That number, that information would come from the regional business office, since they would be the one who would work with the chapter in identifying where the project site would be. We do hold events for communities on bigger projects where their voice can be heard, what it is they want, and they identify that in the beginning of the project, and we continue to work with those chapters that have projects ongoing. Take the dinosaur project right now. We have a grant, but we're requesting more funding because the area project site would be 80 acres. We only designated 4 acres due to permittee not agreeing to release the additional 76 acres that are needed. So that's where we are on many of those initiatives that we work on. Those are just some that I recall on the projects that we worked on. There's many more, and of course, we will be putting together a somewhat of a report and submitting that to Speaker Damon for dissemination to all of the delegates to inform you exactly how the fundings are being spent and a lot of the issues that we come across. Just one more item that I wanted to relay is that I know that I've been approached by a few delegates concerning Title 26, Navajo Nation Section 2501, designating Parks and Rec as the regulatory authority over tours and guides section. I know that that also needs to be amended because I've been asked why isn't there bicycle tours and other tours that are not identified in that subsection. And again, even though I wish I knew the information, I have to refer them back to Parks and Rec since that lies within their jurisdiction. Madam Chair, that completes my response.
Thank you for that, Delegate Wilson Stewart. Does that conclude the answers to your colleague's question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, Delegate Otto So, Delegate Vince James, were your questions answered?
Delegate
Chair?
James here tonight.
Otto?
Delegate Otto So, I'll start with you. Were your questions answered?
Yes, and it led to additional questions.
Okay, I'll recognize you here shortly after Delegate Vince James. Delegate Vince James, were your questions answered?
No, Don, Shinalet, Madam Chair, but I just have one more as an example, really quick.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and go to Delegate Vice Chair Otto Stowe first, and then we'll come back to you, Delegate James. Delegate Otto Stowe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Another question that I have is that what are your thoughts if we return, as these hotel occupancy tax dollars come into coffers of the nation and it goes into you guys' account there, and we turn around send the funds, a certain percentage back to that hotel entity to focus on marketing. And I'm sure that your staff there may really not know the insides of marketing a hotel. Giving it back to them so that they can have that marketing, have that they know where to sell, where to put their advertisement to bring people in. On the Navajo Nation, I'm sure it's just poured into that, the Nebuchadnezzar, that website that you alluded to. But you have hotels in the nation that are linked up with, like Quality Inn or Thunderbird Lodge, so forth. And they have already on staff individuals that do marketing where you don't have to hire anybody else. Market the docs or agreement with say the managers at those hotels are business oriented. Every day and not us peso yani yes peso yan sakhe peso even najin ador niki yado kuzuna gaha oyo atayo na anda kago. But I guess to give it to economic development, have that responsibility, this is something that I think that could be very that could really improve tourism, because each of these hotels have a following base. Like today, I thought about the hotel that's being planned in Tuba City, and the hotel that's being planned in Santo. Both of them are La Quinta. These two hotels come up. There's individuals that only stay with La Quinta. There's a La Quinta in Flagstaff. There's a La Quinta in Page. There's a La Quinta in Holbrook. There's a La Quinta in Farmington and Gallup. And with the two La Quintas that's being proposed on Navajo, the Shanto site has money that's going to be built. The city, the planning process is still moving forth. But that's what I'm getting to. That there's people that only stay at certain hotels, and why can't we just give a portion of these dollars back to where these hotel occupancy tax came from, so that they can properly market, apply the money from a business sense, and they already have these people on payroll. discount peso and ador ni yandi yes we the peso si yandi yes Arabic ka I de banadaji. And the reason why I'm saying this is that if we continue to try to open up more positions and have everything done in Window Rock, Mr. McCabe, what do you see is going on in Window Rock? Again, oh, we need more money here. We need more money there. Trying to grow the government. And halit ego laib AJKA behani kipnachip ebnan hani chat miniki yes. See, that's what the program should be really focusing on. The creation of business. Not to be over there being that third person trying to continue to advertise or help advertise. No. Oh, but Abin, Oyosh, Ajata, and Dano, Kijosh Abana, and Tanasi kid. Alcohol. See there. This is a very important legislation. And I really hope that the business community is really looking at this, and especially with the Navajo Chamber of Commerce. This is the prime time to look at this legislation, this particular legislation, and see how we could try to craft this so it could improve the economic livelihood on the Navajo Nation. Not aid ado, not zilidot ado yego, but not initial ade yayahin detole in forms of taxes. But I'm getting leery that Window Rock, there is really not pushing a lot of things. You spoke of the hotel, the projects that you have invested monies into, and you spoke of projects that you have lost money into over the years. And the Hotel C store wouldn't have gone if the council didn't fund the rest of what you have put in. That goes with Shanto. That goes with Likahan Shopping Center. We didn't invest those dollars into that there. That wouldn't have been gone. That wouldn't have gone through. If you can this question, that question pertaining to reinvesting these dollars back into where the hotel occupancy tax has came from, they can market it, and they have the employees, which is already on payroll, have them market it. Have craft an agreement so that they can reinvest these dollars and they can help with the advertisement in Navajo. For now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, we'll go ahead and go forward to Delegate Vince James.
Yes, another thought, Madam Chair. Although, again, everybody, though, Mr. McCabe, you still didn't answer my questions, but I don't know how to get the answers out of you. But one example is you indicated that the listing is attached to the legislation, which is Exhibit E. if these are the four positions that you name, the marketing specialist, the 3, and the senior economic development specialist, though that makes it 4. And that amount that's written on here is 210,000. But when you actually add up the amount, it's actually 211,659. And then when you go look at the first page of your budget form 4, you have it indicated 4 regular full-time positions. And that includes regular full-time cost share, that includes the friends benefit, all of that. And that only equals out to $241,321. And then when you look at budget form 1 under personnel expense, you also have $241,321. So I'm trying to, like I stated, I'm trying to comprehend your documents that you attach to this legislation. They're not corresponding. And I believe that's one of the factors of why I can't get some straight answers from you. And I really don't know why you're not answering the question of why is there no Navajo Nation marketing plan attached to this legislation? If you guys haven't worked on it, if you guys haven't started one yet, I mean, to say it for the record, that way we don't keep asking for it. And just a plain, simple question that I've been trying to ask you is how much fund is used by the administration? And you're not, I just need a direct answer. How much of this funds that you are requesting is going to be used by administration from your office? Is all I'm trying to get, but I'm not getting a simple answer back from you, and your documents, your numbers are not coming out correctly. But I still would like an answer somehow. But in the meantime, I'll just keep moving forward by researching the legislation, see what I need to do on my end. Thank you. I can't.
Thank you for the questions that have been provided. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over. Well, let me ask, are there any other delegates or any other committee members who wish to ask questions or who have comments regarding this legislation at this time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Delegate Stewart. You can call upon your agents to help answer the questions or the concerns that have been posed to you at this time.
Madam
Delegate
Chair,
Stewart.
this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, do you want to be added to the queue?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Delegate Stewart, and then when they're done answering the questions, I'll turn the floor over to you, Delegate Brown. So with that, Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Okay, again, thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Mr. Brown, good day, Yeshi. I'll turn it back over to Mr. McCabe, Madam Chair.
Mr. McCabe, the floor is yours.
Yak A, thank you again, Madam Chair, for giving me this time to answer a few of those questions. On Delegate Otto So's question is how would it work if we were to give the companies that are located throughout Navajo as hotels, identified as hotels, the money back to promote their location when the nation is already collecting taxes from them to assist the full Navajo Nation. As you may or may not be aware, those hotels that are owned by outside entities get millions of dollars to promote their flagship companies. Of course, for us, we promote all the hotels because that's where we generate our funding from. And on our website, we indicated to them at the beginning that they could submit to us information of their hotel so we could post it on our hotel page. To date, the only one that has done that is the Twin Arrows Hotel Casino. And we are grateful that they have done that. Of course, the hot tax, which is also part of the 6% Navajo Nation tax, when they are both generated, comes to the nation. I'm not sure, I guess if we're saying that we should give them back the money to promote their hotels, I'm not sure how much of that funding would be required to go back. I mean, if we're talking about giving them 50 or 60% of the funding, maybe the hot tax needs to be cut down so that they could use that money for marketing. But I'm not sure how that would help when they also have need for staff members and all other type of expenses that also use the funding that they generate when the tourism season is here. And I hope that that answers that. I believe that with the amount of money that we're given, which is about $1 million, to do the amount of advertising that you're talking about, I would like to use another office's marketing plans and situations that was brought to my attention in another committee, and that was the Utah Tourism Office. I actually had a meeting with them on Thursday and found that we could not be compared to the state of Utah due to their tourism budget is $32 million. They have the Division of Tourism with 6 departments and 31 staff members. With that kind of funding and those numbers in staffing, they're able to do much more. So I would like to bring that portion to your attention. As for the next questions by Delegate Vince James, I went over the budget, and yes, you are correct that I did find a typo where it states 4 regular staff members. I'm not sure why that wasn't caught, but of course, this document goes to OMB. They did not catch that, and also an in-house office. But that could be corrected by us resubmitting the Form 4 that is identified in the exhibit. We always had stated that that did include the fringe benefits, and we can get that number corrected. As for your question on how much percentage of the actual overall budget that my office uses, if you take out most of the operational costs that do not pertain to my office, meaning infrastructure and those types contracts. My office would receive about 45% of the overall budget that was submitted. Of course, my office does not at times utilize the full amount, and usually the funding reverts back to the sub-account for the hot funding. Thereby, whatever, like I said, I hope that does answer your question. And my marketing plan, as I had stated earlier, was that our marketing plan ended in 2019. We do have a vendor that was selected, again, like I stated earlier, who is a Navajo-owned business, identified to assist us with a new marketing plan, which was at the time to be 2020 for the next 5 years. But due to the pandemic, that didn't happen. And in hopes that we were getting our funding for this year, that portion could be completed, and we would have a new 5-year plan that would identify the marketing plan that you were referring to. There was one more. I forgot what it was. I hope that answers your questions. And again, we can get that Form 4 corrected. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So we're going to go ahead and proceed forward, and I'm going to recognize Delegate Nathaniel Brown, who is on the line with us today. Delegate Brown, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Out of Law and Order Committee, yeah, I really do appreciate the committee's work, as well as Navajo Nation Tourism Office and all the team that is there helping. My first question is, or my first comment would be, I understand that Navajo Nation Tourism Office really only works according to their policy is in marketing. So question to Mr. McCabe, I know you did mention that there has to be a legislation that has to be dropped on behalf of Navajo Nation Tourism to expand some of your work in tourism. And what is that going to look like, Mr. McCabe? And our intention is to, tap into some of the fundings that are coming forward, and also using some of the CHSN dollars to possibly expand your office to work with Navajo Nation business owners. And really, the biggest thing is to plan the Navajo Nation revenue generating in Navajo tourism. Moving forward, how can we move forward to strategically plan on supporting the hotels that will be built? A big piece of that, of course, is marketing. The other piece is the work that it will have to take to invest in our revenue generating, not just revenue generating, but there are nonprofits out there who are employing our Navajo people, and they're also making money. And after talking to some of the tour operators, our Navajo tour operators on the nation, they want support, and some of them, their businesses unfortunately did not survive the pandemic. They had to close, and some are still struggling. One thing is, if we can get them some of the business relief, since during this pandemic, let's work on bringing relief to our Navajo companies, businesses, so they can open back up and they can make revenue. When I met with Navajo Chamber of Commerce, actually I have to jump on that call soon too, they reported to me last week on the two taxes that's being introduced that we tabled, 111 and 112. There's a big part of that requires hearing, but our intentions here is to help our businesses and go into thriving mode. This is where we would need your help as far as, we understand that about 40% of any municipality and other tribes, the private business sector contributes to their municipality or their nation. So I believe Navajo Nation, our private sector, which would be a big part is tourism, we are not, they're not involved, and really, it's really hard to start a business on the Navajo Nation to become a part of a priority 1 listing on the Navajo Nation economic development in the tourism sector. We want to continue to help our people so we can grow our private sector. There's a big part that needs to be fixed in the tax code also that directly impact with Navajo Tourism Office. So let's work on putting that language into the new updated policy to help our Navajo businesses. What will that look like? How can we get Navajo Tourism Office to not just market, but to help our businesses? So if you can help me understand how Utah Tourism is doing this, not only are they marketing, but they're also are putting out grants out there on their plans. And with these plans, we can strategically continue to build to help our Navajo tourists and streamline some of these processes. Some of the things that our tour operators bring to our attention is instead of the old system of driving to Window Rock, having to make payments or applying, how can we make these electronic, like online, where they can click, where they can put their payments in, where they can put a lot of their information in this day and age during the pandemic. We are encouraging our people less contact. And I know this is really important to make an electronic system. And this would also involve Navajo Tourism Office and also Parks and Rec. I understand that they are separate, but tourism and Parks and Rec tend to, where's the bottleneck happening? And is there a duplication of services there? If you can also, I know you did explain earlier the role of Parks and Rec and your role as Tourism Office also. Do we need to combine them, the two organizations? Possibly not, but our people tend to get really frustrated being bounced back and forth, and usually they're told, oh, that's Parks and Rec. So if we can understand that, and how can we help? And also, I understand that the Navajo Nation Economic Development Summit is coming up, and I'm really interested a presentation, actionable items that you'll present at the Economic Summit, and to hear from our people in this tourism sector also. So if we can work on that. If not, just let us know also, so I can know who to work with and who not, so we can present to and again, my Tri-City Tourism Group is struggling. We're trying to get as much support. We want to follow the process correctly. So again, thank you, Mr. McCabe, and some of these fundings and the proprietary funds that are being used that are made from our tour operators, they should also, the funding should go back. So we're really encouraging revenue generating organizations where they give back to the nation, and then a percentage will go back to helping them and also to regulate them, keep our visitors safe, etc. And what is that going to look like during this pandemic? I know that it's changing. The main thing is to always keep our Navajo people and everyone safe. So there's a lot of work. I do understand that. So I'm interested in how we can move forward and not just focusing on marketing, but to help in the process. And how do we set up our Tri-City tourism? Who should we reach out to? Maybe a listing of grants that are specific to Native American tourism. When I attended Ayinta, I know there's a lot of creative work from other tribes. I'm really there's the multiple tribes in Oklahoma that I've seen who are building these massive visitor welcome center where they have conference rooms, where they are promoting, they're working, they're bringing vendors in, creating a big space like that. And where is tourism? Where can those be built? Maybe it's a collaboration with the business owners. I'm saying this because I see how Antelope Canyon, Slot Canyon, Monument Valley, we do have something similar, but how can we entice our businesses to be housed under one roof so our visitors are going to one place? And it's business friendly. Maybe it's free Wi-Fi connection to our businesses. It's what other incentives are you giving to or how can we look forward to incentivize companies to come here? So these are some of the topics that we're going to continue to discuss for the two legislations that were tabled in the Nabikia work session. So I'm going to call upon you again. So again, thank you, Law and Order Committee, Madam Chair, for this presentation. So I'm really interested in the next action items moving forward from Navajo Tourism Office and also Parks and Recs, and small business also. So those are my comments and my questions. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Delegate Brown. I don't know if there was any questions. It sounded more like comments, but I could be wrong. I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over at this time to Delegate Stewart. Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and hand the floor over to Mr. McCabe to give a response. Madam Chair.
Mr. McCabe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and delegates of the Law and Order Committee, and also Mr. Delegate Brown for his questions or comments. As it pertains to the legislation that is written or that was submitted for passing, again, I have to go back to the 2017 legislation that was passed for us to correct the actions that were brought up by Delegate James, which indicates that how are the funds being identified as being part of Parks and Recs and part of Tourism Department. That has not been clarified, and of course we on numerous occasions invited Parks and Rec to meetings, and in following the lead of council, it was recommended that they need to be at the table in order to address the issue in the legislation that was passed in 2017, but they did not. Therefore, we could not move forward, and that was at the recommendation of legal counsel from DOJ. As for working together with many of our partners and other departments to address how we can assist and work with the various companies. I would say that I believe that we do. Those that are in the tourism industry, many of them have reached out to us, and that's why they're identified on our website at no cost. Those that are fly-by-night businesses that are there to make a quick buck, we hear the complaints that come in from the tourists. We try to address many of those as we can, but again, due to the oversight by Parks and Rec, we have to refer those back to Parks and Rec. Of course, if it's a business complaining about Parks and Rec, we have to let them know that we don't have jurisdiction. Therefore, if Parks and Rec is not addressing their issues, then we would recommend that they speak to the executive director. Again, if we hear that it's still not being addressed, then we refer them to the president's office or to their delegate. That way it can be brought to the attention of those that have jurisdictions over those certain areas. And yes, I agree with Mr. Brown that we need to sit down and maybe go over this legislation. And we need to identify our partner, who is Parks and Rec, since we are in the business of making sure that we promote the Navajo Nation in the best light that we can. And that's, to me, that's doable. That's been something that I have been trying to move forward on those issues because, of course, you know, I get tired of saying, well, that's not my jurisdiction, you have to talk to them. But, of course, if I overstep those boundaries, then I could or may get into trouble for maybe misinformation. So I always say that it's better for the complaint to go back to be addressed by the entity that has the oversight. Whenever we are ready to address the matter of correcting the legislation or doing additional corrections to it, I'm more than willing to do that. But at the same time, I do think that it goes back to many of the businesses that are out there within the tourism industry are there to either create funding sources for their entities, but are also in the business of making money. And I keep hearing, how can we give them back the money? And with that, I'm not sure how that would be looked at. I mean, I guess there are some solutions to doing that, meaning that those that need assistance with either marketing or a survey and others, other type of services like that, could be submitted to our office with invoice and a W-9 from the company and an invoice from the company that they need to pay, and we can run that through our 6B system and have a check process which can be issued to the company, thereby creating a tax form for them. So I believe that would be a type of generating funds to create their marketing strategies. I don't really have an answer for that part of it, but it sounds like we're going to be supporting those companies that are out there by giving them funding that they otherwise would have not generated and paid taxes on. Madam Chair, that completes my response.
Thank you for that, Mr. McCabe. Delegate Stewart, does that conclude the answering of the questions that have been posed to you by your colleagues?
At this time, yes, Madam Chair.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding this legislation?
Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Vice Chair Otto, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Mr. McCabe, yes, I would say Director McCabe, or is it Manager McCabe? Whatever position you're heading there. At the time that you're requesting a policy change to a certain section of the code, where is our economist to try to assist you and to try to pitch this to the council so that this decision is something that will provide an economic strength or provide an economic recovery? Because our economists, I'm sure they're paying the individual a huge amount of money. And I was on the line with RDC, and it sounded like she was trying to learn the ropes of the Navajo Nation. And at this time that you are having this discussion,
Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours to answer the question.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and refer those questions to just ask Mr. McCabe.
Mr. McCabe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would refer that question to my director, J.T. Willie.
Mr. Willie, the floor is yours. Mr. J.T. Willie. Mr. J.T. Willie, I believe it's *69 if you need to unmute yourself. I believe that we do not have Mr. J.T. Willie on the line with us here at this time. Delegate Stewart, your agent is not on the line to answer the question.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Aroso, go ahead.
Thank you. This legislation has a lot of questions, I think. So, so, pandai that oyo the Japan it what happened is not. So a lot of this is we're amending a section of the code, and
Janshi Yan, this legislation will authorize a certain amount of funds to be automatically transferred to that business unit for the purpose that they have listed on their budget forms. And it sounds like it's a bailout. So I know that we don't have final authority on this legislation. And aron da ay belada titlin da ay yana dinasikin. So all we can do, even if they decide to move on, that's fine. But it has a lot of question, and this new legislation moves forward. I'm actually gonna vote red. So I'm gonna move to motion to table this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So what we can do is, because we don't have final authority, I believe this legislation does proceed forward. We cannot do a motion to table. However, we can recommend that this legislation be tabled and that we move forward for a work session. And I believe it will be stated as such in the committee report. Is that correct, Lorraine?
Madam Chair, yes, members of the Law and Order Committee. Yes, if you table, it will still move forward.
Thank you for that. But if we make the recommendation to table the legislation when it gets to council and move for a work session, that gets recorded in the committee reports. Is that correct, Lorraine?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, because it, Navajo Nation Council is the final authority. Thank you.
Lorraine, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. And then I heard Delegate Edmund Yazzie. So Delegate Yazzie, if you could just give me 1 minute. Lorraine, can you state that again?
Okay, Madam Chair, the final authority is at the Navajo Nation Council. So it would be best to table at the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
Lorraine, that's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is, if the Law and Order Committee makes a recommendation, that recommendation that is provided here at this committee is recorded in the committee reports. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Yes, Madam Chair, you can go ahead and do that. Put the language in the committee report and move forward. Thank you.
I was going to have you stop at speedy. Oh, right.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, did you have a question? The floor is yours.
Yes, Madam Chair, colleagues, before we table this or refer it back, could we do my directive so it could be in the wording, if it's all possible, Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. So the directive is going to come after we vote on the legislation. It's a separate directive that we can vote on, and we can send that forward. I believe that was the information that Dana provided to us, okay, that we can proceed forward. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yazzie. So with that, committee members, we do have a recommendation at this time to have this legislation referred back to, I guess it would be NABI for a work session. This will be attached as a committee report recommendation, which can be done. And at that point, when it gets to council, that recommendation can be read on the record that that's what the committee is recommending. So at this time, committee members, a motion doesn't need to be made. It's just a recommendation that gets attached to as a committee report. Committee members,
Madam
are
Chair?
we ready to vote? Vice Chair Ottoso, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to go ahead and make that recommendation or to include that language into the committee report so that we have it on record. Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you for that. Lorraine, can you please make sure that that language is included in the committee report stating that the Law and Order Committee would like this legislation to be tabled when it gets to council, with the recommendation that at Nabi Kiyasket that a work session be put together to address some of the issues that are currently being raised at this time.
Okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are we ready to vote?
Diga.
Joel, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we have 2 in favor. I'm sorry, did you say 3 in favor? I'm sorry, no, it's 2 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 not voting. Is that correct, Sherelle?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So with that, this legislation does move forward to the next committee. And make sure, Lorraine, if we can make sure that that recommendation language is included. So before I call the next legislation, there has been a request for a directive. Delegate Admin Yazi, I'm going to recognize you at this time for the directives. And I haven't checked my email, but I'm sure that the language has been sent out. Delegate Yazi?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And also committee members, I asked my colleagues for your support on the directive. Ms. Barba had emailed the directive out, and if I could have, if it's okay, Ms. Spencer, to read the directive. I'd like to have your support, committee members, on this directive. Madam Chair?
Thank you for that. Lorraine, can you please read the directive into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee members, the language for the directive will read as follows. The Division of Economic Development, DED, through its executive director. Through its
point of privilege. Did I hear a point of privilege? Delegate Vice Chair Otto So?
It's me, Eugene. I don't have that as a directive.
Okay, the directive will be sent out. Lorraine, go ahead and proceed forward with reading it into the record.
Okay, directive. The Division of Economic Development, DED, through its executive director and staff shall assist in the construction and promotion of the Crown Point Hotel. The DED director shall report in writing and verbally the efforts taken to comply with this directive to the Law and Order Committee at its first regular meeting each month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So the directive has been read into the record. I just now checked my email. It looks like it has not been sent out yet. Can we go ahead and make sure that that directive language is sent out, Lorraine, so that way we have it? Delegate Eugene So stated that he does not have that. We need to make sure that the delegates are aware of what they're voting on.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, go ahead.
Yes, the directive was emailed out at 11:32.
Delegate Eugene So, the directive was sent out at 11:32 this morning. It was sent out by Dana Bobroff, and the subject of the email is Delegate Yazid's directive. So with that, committee members, we do have a directive in front of
Madam
us. We have
Chair, I
Delegate.
still don't have it.
Delegate Eugene, so I'm seeing that it was sent to you. Again, at 11:32, it was sent to you.
Karen, did you do that
So-
900,000 budget?
Please make sure your phone is on mute. Whoever is talking about the $900,000 budget, make sure that your phone is on mute. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments before we move to vote on this directive?
Madam Chair, this is Lori.
Go ahead, Lorraine.
Okay, I sent it again to everybody, all the members. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote on this directive, please?
Honorable Madam Chair, do you have a second for this vote?
I apologize. I don't.
Vice Chair, well,
committee
motion,
members,
second.
Vice Chair, we have a motion by Delegate Edmund Yazzie for this directive and a second by Vice Chair Otto So.
Okay. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, that's key. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you, Madam Chair.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
All right, great. Thank you. Sherelle, I'm sorry, what was the vote on that?
Madam Chair, it's 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting.
3 in favor, 1 opposed. Madam Chair not voting. The directive hereby passes. So Lorraine, can you draft up the directive and then let me know when it's ready for signature, and I'll meet you out in Window Rock for signing. So with that, we do have now before us legislation 000. Sorry, I'm trying to grab my notes. Hold on. (10-22) before us at this time. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the legislation into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, tracking number 0010-22, prime sponsor, Otto So. Co-sponsors, Honorable Virginia Charles Newton, Honorable Seth Damon. An action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Navajo committees, approving and authorizing the mutual aid intergovernmental agreement between the Navajo Nation Department of Public Safety and the State of Utah Department of Public Safety. This will move forward to Budget and Finance Committee and Navajo Committee. Attached is the Exhibit A, which is the mutual aid agreement between the Nation Department of Public Safety and the State of Utah Department of Public Safety. Following that is the Exhibit B, which is the Section 164 review form from Division of Public Safety. and the nomination Department of Justice document review request form. And has gone through the 5-day comment process. And there are no comments received. And there is a Health Education and Human Services Committee report dated January 20th, 2022. And it was due pass with no amendment referred to law and order, and the vote was 5-0. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee member 0010-22 has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this legislation?
Delegate James.
Committee members, Delegate Vince
Why not?
James motions. Can I get a second?
Oh, second, Edmonds.
Second made by Delegate Yazzie. So with that, we do have a motion and a second established. Are there any questions on this legislation? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward to the vote since there are no questions regarding this legislation. Normally, how things are handled here at Law and Order Committee is committee members do read their legislations ahead of time. If they have any questions, we do give the floor to the presenter for 20 minutes to present their information. However, in this case, since we don't have any questions, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward straight to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote at this time?
Okay, Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote to excuse, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, legislation 0010-22 does move forward to the next committee with a vote of 3 in favor, 1 opposed, Chair not voting. So with that, we move forward to the next legislation. We have legislation number 0011-22. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read that legislation into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tracking number 0011-22, primary sponsor, Honorable Daniel Iso. Co-sponsors, Honorable Seth Damon, Honorable Edison Winika, and Honorable Paul Begay, an act relating to health, education, human services, law and order, budget, finance, and legislative committees, and the nomination council, amending the charter of the College, 10 NNC subsections 20001 through 2023. Attached are all the permanent documents, and there is one comments supporting by Lydell Davies, the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. Her letter is attached to the end of the document, and the Health, Education, Human Services Committee report is attached, and it was approved on January 20th, 2022, with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed. So that concludes legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Legislation 0011-22 has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second for this legislation, please?
Otto Sowell motion.
We do have Vice Chair Otto So who has made the motion. Can I get a second?
Delegate James.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. Committee members, you have had the opportunity to view this legislation. Are there any questions for this legislation? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote like this.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Legislation 0011-22 proceeds forward to the next committee. Thank you very much for that. I believe that we have no other legislation, so we now move to the next item on the agenda, which is reports. We have our first report provided to us by Dana Bobroff, and this is the question that the Law and Order Committee had asked a few weeks back regarding a special prosecutor, the procedures, and how the committee can make a recommendation. Ms. Dana Bobroff, are you on the line?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Law and Order Committee. This will be a relatively short report, just a bit of a refresher. 6 weeks to 2 months ago, a number of delegates, mostly Law and Order members, sent an email requesting that the Office of Legislative Counsel do legislation to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate the donation funds and also a conflict of interest by the Navajo Nation Attorney General for not bringing charges against DOJ for their review of some matters in the Perlene Kirk case. So as I explained at the time, I sent you, the last time I reported, I sent you a copy of the special prosecutor's statute. And then I also sent an additional email indicating that the way it works is not by legislation. Under the statute, the Chief Legislative Counsel conducts a preliminary investigation when an official is referred, and the goal is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence, grounds to refer the matter to the special division of the Window Rock District Court. As I explained at that time, the information for me to make that referral needs to be fairly specific as of yet. And I also requested that any delegate who had specific information, as opposed to just allegations, by specific information, meaning witness statements, things like that, that those be referred to my office. We have not received any of that. As far as the donation funds go, My recommendation was to request that the Auditor General's office do an audit of that account. I don't know if that has been done, but the information that the Office of Legislative Counsel has been able to view, which is the reports prepared by the Department of Justice, explaining that the Department of Justice was responsible for collecting the donation funds, but not responsible for spending them or determining who spent them. That was with the Emergency Management Department. Long story short, Office of Legislative Counsel has not been able to identify any reason, any wrongdoing, anything that seemed out of place. We would ask that anything that the Auditor General finds that they forward to us. Second question was about the Attorney General having a conflict of interest, and everything we have looked at and reviewed does not show that there was a conflict of interest or any other action should have been taken. But as I've said, if somebody has some specific information, they can forward it. So at this point in time, there's not been enough information to make a referral to the special division. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm certainly open for questions.
Thank you for that, Dana. So committee members, we do have a report that has been provided to us by Dana. Can I get a motion and a second for this report?
Vice Chair will motion.
Vice Chair, motion, second by Honorable Eugene. So committee members, are there any questions or any comments to this report that has been provided to us today by Ms. Barbara?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe this information was provided to form the committee, or this information was requested to inform the committee on how a process of requesting a special prosecutor has to be made. And I believe that process, our Chief Legislative Counsel has informed the committee of the process. So I am aware of the process, and I believe the committee also is aware currently now. And I believe that's just what it was for, and that's all I have. That's all. Thank you. Comments.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? As indicated by Vice Chair Otto So, the committee did have questions regarding the process. We also had questions because of the requests that were made for the special prosecutor from other delegates, and Law and Order Committee did bring it to their agenda to have this discussion so that we're well aware of what the process is. There were also questions at that time for gathering evidence, and I think that was another part of the report in terms of gathering evidence for I guess for the Office of Legislative Counsel to take into consideration. The question was, how do delegates gather evidence but not be involved in the investigation? I don't think that part of the report covered that question, but I know that was one question, looking back at my notes, that was asked. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Delegate James here, Shanada, Madam Chair.
Delegate Vince James, you have the floor.
So now that Madam Chair and LOC members, colleagues. Kwadot, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session in regards to an update regarding the new charges to determine how we move forward with this particular item. That'd be my motion, Madam Chair. Thank you.
There is a motion at this time to go into executive session to have further discussions regarding this topic. Motion made by Delegate Vince James. Can I get a second? Second call, we do need a second. There's been a motion made by your colleague, Delegate Vince James, to go into executive session to have further discussions regarding this topic. Can I get a second? Last and final call to go into executive session to have further discussions regarding this issue that has been brought forward on the Law and Order Committee agenda. Can I get a second? Sinala Delegate Vince James, no second has been provided. You did provide a motion, so I do apologize. We cannot go into executive session without a second and without a vote. Delegate Vince James, did you have any other questions?
Yeah, Danch, now that if we can't go into executive session, my particular point of view in regards to this item is, do we continue to discuss this, and do we continue to keep it on the agenda? I figured that my colleagues LOC would be in favor of going into executive session to make that determination, because we are actually talking about a big amount of funds that it will cost, and if we can't get it done at LOC, and how we were given the challenge as LOC to take care of this matter, I just don't know how we should move forward with this particular item. But I mean, if we didn't get a second to get an update, then do we just move forward and hire a special prosecutor? And where's that funds going to come from? Is one of my biggest question, and who will take care of this? So a brief update would have been suffice for us to determine how to move forward on this request as well. But if not, we'll just, I guess, leave it on the agenda and continue to discuss it in our future LOC meetings. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. I'm sorry, Shanella Vince James. So at this point, we have heard the report. What we can do is we can make the directive from this committee to the Navikiaskits. There are other delegates outside of Law and Order Committee that were also asking. They were also asking for the special prosecutor. I'm not sure, Dana, if you can guide me on this. I'm not sure if it would be a directive. I kind of almost feel like maybe it would be a letter out of Law and Order Committee informing Speaker Damon that the Law and Order Committee heard this report, that recommendations have been provided to us, and that we're giving it back to Navikiaskit for further guidance. I'm not sure if the committee moves forward in, dropping a legislation for this request, or if the committee's only responsibility was to hear the report. Dana, can you provide us some guidance on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm not sure, the one thing I'm not clear about was whether you got, the Law and Order Committee got a directive or got a referral from the NABI committee. The only information I got was an email from, I believe, Law and Order Committee members, and not all of them. I believe it was yourself. Well, the email came from yourself. Copied on it were Otto So, Vince James, and Elmer Begay. So if there was a NABI directive or referral to you, then to the Law and Order Committee, then you could just respond as you were talking about, just sending a letter to the speaker that you have heard reports. I think you've heard 3 of them. And there's no further action for the Law and Order Committee to take, or the Law and Order Committee feels like they've done what they can, and so they want to refer the reports to NABI. If Law and Order Committee did not get a referral or a directive from NABI, I actually think that you could probably do the same thing, is just send the speaker a letter saying you heard a report on this and you would like to have that same report placed on the NABI agenda. So either approach should work. Madam Chair, while I have the floor, I want to, if you don't mind, I'll just very quickly respond back to your question about what type of information or evidence could delegates provide. And basically, as I explained before, what Office of Legislative Counsel has been provided is allegations. And we can't do much with allegations unless we know who made the allegations, so we can go talk to them, or if they have some type of documents that support the allegations. Just because there was that somebody heard something happened, that's not enough. We need something more specific. So if any delegates have that type of information, then I request that they forward it this way. Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you for that, Dana. And we can go ahead and forward the documents that were shared on the World Wide Web by David Jordan and also Justin Jones. And we can forward those documents. I'm sure you guys already have them, but specifically how the committee was called out for the inaction that was happening. So now that the report has been provided to the committee, we can again write a letter to Speaker Damon. And to be clear, committee members, I myself as well, I believe there were 4 other delegates who had made the request for a special prosecutor. Those actions were not acted upon by Speaker Damon or by the staff. So we had it here at Law and Order Committee to get the information so we can write a letter. Again, Speaker Damon has not provided any information to any delegate on the questions that were raised regarding a special investigator to look into the donation funds, and then to also look into the conflict that exists between the Department of Justice and the case involving the former Controller Perlina Kirk. So for that reason, we have heard the report and the guidance has been provided to this committee. We do have a motion and a second. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote to accept the report provided to us here today. Again, a motion and a second has been established for this report. Motion made by Honorable Otto So, second by Darrell, who seconded the motion? I'm sorry, I can't read my chicken scratch.
Madam Chair, it was Honorable Eugene So who second.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So with that, committee members, since there's no other questions or comments, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is that?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So the vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We've addressed the issue at this time. So we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. And we do have a report provided to us by Mr. Rex Coons, Deputy General Manager, NTUA, Navajo Nation Department of Justice on Facility Project. Lorraine, I believe that I did email you and ask you to remove this from the agenda, but it is on the agenda. Committee members, this item was supposed to be removed from the agenda. I don't think we have anybody from NTUA on the line, but I will ask just in case. Mr. Rex Coons or anybody from NTUA, are you on the line? Not hearing anything. Again, this was supposed to be removed from the agenda. We move down to item C on the agenda. This is a report from Sage G. McToxin. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Senior Attorney, Litigation Unit with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding state criminal jurisdiction over non-Indian crimes against Indians within Indian country. Mr. or Mrs. Metoxen, are you on the line?
I am here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I believe that this is your first time presenting in front of the Law and Order Committee. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a motion and a second at this time. Committee members, can I get a motion or a second to hear the report from Sage Metoxen, Senior Attorney for the Litigation Unit with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice? The report that will be provided to us today is regarding state criminal jurisdiction over non-Indian crimes against Indians within Indian country. So can I get a motion and a second?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second? Second call, committee members. We do have a report that will be provided to us by DOJ. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Delegate Yazzie, is that you? Delegate Yazzie, was that you?
Yeah.
Can you guys? Okay, great. So with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Ms. Metoxen, the way that the committee works is you will have 20 minutes to present your information. If you need an additional 5 minutes, I will call upon the committee members. If there are any objections, you will not get the additional 5 minutes. If there are no objections, then you will get the additional 5 minutes. I hope that makes sense. So with that, during that time, you can call upon two people to help you. We refer to them as your agents, who can assist you with providing answers to the questions that will be posed to you and to help you with your presentation. Upon completion of your presentation, the floor is turned back over to the committee members or any of the delegates listening in to ask questions. And at that point, you can call upon your agents. Are there any questions regarding the procedure at this time, Ms. Metoxen, before I turn the floor over to you?
No questions.
And it is Metoxen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, everyone listening in on the line, I will ask you to make sure that your phone is muted. If your phone is not muted, Sherelle, you do have control over the system here. If their phone's not muted, just hang up on them and have them call back in. So with that, Ms. Metoxen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable delegates. I am Sage Metoxen. I'm a senior attorney in the litigation unit of DOJ, and my presentation, the presentation portion itself should be fairly quick. So we wanted to come to you today to present a case that the Supreme Court has recently accepted for review. This is Oklahoma v. Castro Huerta. So in this case, Oklahoma was seeking review of the McGirt decision in hopes of overturning it. Just as a quick reminder, you may remember McGirt was a recent case, I believe, decided in 2020, where a tribal member, Mr. McGirt, was convicted of crimes in Oklahoma by in Oklahoma State Court. And in that case, it ended up being that the land he was on was within the historical boundaries of the Creek Nation, and the court determined that that land was still reservation for the purposes of the Major Crimes Act, and thus only the federal government had jurisdiction over crimes committed on those lands. So in this case, Oklahoma v. Castro Huerta, Oklahoma petitioned for review on two questions. The first, whether a state has authority to prosecute non-Indians who commit crimes against Indians in Indian country, and whether McGirt should be overruled overall. So the court declined to accept the second question there. They're not going to be reviewing whether or not to overturn McGirt completely, but they are going to focus on that first question, which is whether the state has authority to prosecute non-Indians who commit a crime against Indians in Indian country. So a little background on the facts of this case. Castro Huerta is a non-Indian who was charged with child neglect under Oklahoma State criminal law in Oklahoma State Court. His daughter is an enrolled member of the Eastern Band of Cherokee Indians. So he was convicted under the laws of Oklahoma by Oklahoma court and ended up appealing that to the Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals, which ultimately overturned his conviction under the McGirt decision, finding that he was within the boundaries of the Cherokee Nation, and thus just the federal government had jurisdiction over crimes by non-Indians in Indian country. So just a side note, Oklahoma added an alternative argument in this process that they believe the states have concurrent jurisdiction with the federal government over these types of crimes by non-Indians. So they're arguing that they have this inherent authority over all the lands within their state, including reservations within their borders, to prosecute these types of crimes, which are non-Indian on Indian crimes in Indian country, and only Congress can strip that away by an explicit act. So that would that's kind of the inverse of the understanding that we have of the way jurisdiction works for states in Indian country now. They presumptively have no jurisdiction in Indian country unless Congress explicitly says that they do. So we're bringing this here today because there are some considerations for the nation to make, knowing that this case will be forthcoming in the Supreme Court. We anticipate most of the other tribes and tribal organizations will be filing an amicus brief or briefs in opposition opposing the state of Oklahoma due to their pretty strong anti-tribal sovereignty stance with this notion that states should have this inherent jurisdiction in Indian country. The nation has signed on to these types of amicus briefs before. In other cases, I believe we did sign on to the McGirt, an amicus for the McGirt case, which this is reviewing. So that is something to keep in mind. And we do have concerns that Oklahoma is trying to essentially chip away at tribal sovereignty and kind of encroach state jurisdiction into Indian country more broadly, criminally and civilly. So we are watching this case very closely and wanted to make you all aware of those issues. And just, we do understand also that the nation might have a slightly different relationship with the states and a different view of the state exercise of criminal jurisdiction due to the nation's relationship with law enforcement in the states that we work with. As you know, the nation relies on support from state law enforcement through cross-commission agreements and other types of support. And that is very helpful to the nation. So it's interesting that the nation might not actually oppose this idea of having states step in and prosecute non-Indians for crimes against Navajos on the nation. But one thing we're trying to make clear is we probably wouldn't want the nation. We want to be clear that the nation is the one granting that authority to the state, not the state having that authority on their own inherently. And just to briefly, the nation obviously differs from other tribes because we have the Treaty of 1868. Not all other tribes have the treaty. We do, and that treaty does have the Badman Clause in it, which we've relied on before, and it may or may not be something that we would be interested in putting in front of the Supreme Court for this case. So our basic question today is for policy guidance from the committee on the nation's position here and direction on what the committee thinks the best steps are for DOJ to take, if any. So we could file an amicus that would be favorable to the nation's position, signing on to one of the tribal amicus briefs, or if you're concerned about any potential negative consequences that would have on working with state law enforcement, or, you know, it's also a possibility that the committee doesn't think the nation has a strong enough interest in the issues presented to be involved. Although I do want to note that we have been speaking with Acting Chief Noon, who suggested there was data that would show that these types of crimes, non-Indian on Navajo crime on the nation, is on the rise. We haven't received any of that data, but if we do, we can share that if and when we get that. And so we've been in discussions or given similar updates to OPVP and, like I said, Acting Chief Noon on this issue, and we're just hoping to get the committee's direction or thoughts on the nation's involvement, if any. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that report. Ms. Metaxen, does that conclude your report at this time?
It does.
Thank you for that, Ms. Metaxen. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments to the report that has been provided to us today? As stated, I think the Law and Order Committee can make a recommendation to Nabik Iatske on this matter and to ask council where we stand with this issue. I believe that this issue is a matter that should be decided and only can be decided at Nabik Iatske. So committee members, that is one option that we can do, is make the recommendation that this report be provided to Nabik Iatske for a vote by council delegates on this issue. Or two, I believe that we can we can do a recommendation, or we can do a statement to Speaker Damon of the importance of this legislation. Again, it would probably have to go before Nabik Iatske. My guess is, Dana, can you assist us with this, just so we have clarification on what options we have as a committee if we do proceed forward to make this recommendation to Nabik Iatske? Does it have to be fashioned in a legislation format?
Madam Chair, thank you. This is Dana. There is no legislation in front of you. There is a request from DOJ for guidance. I think because it's a litigation matter, that the appropriate stance is just to, for the Law and Order Committee to send a memo to the Speaker asking that this report from the Department of Justice be placed on the next NABI agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that recommendation, Dana. So there you have the recommendations provided to us by the Office of Legislative Counsel committee members. At this time, I will ask committee members, are there any questions or comments to the report that has been provided to us today? Keep in mind that we will be making the recommendation to Speaker Damon to hear this report at Nabik Iatske, so we can hold off on the questions or comments at this time. But I will also recognize anyone who would like to make a comment or a question at this, any committee member or delegate. Not hearing anything, Ms. Metaxen. That doesn't mean that we don't care what the issue is. I think what we want to do is we're going to make the recommendation from Law and Order Committee that this report be heard at Nabik Iatske in front of the 24 council delegates. Yes, Delegate Vice Chair Otto.
Yes, this issue is something that we need to put on our radar. Whether we're going to inform the Speaker to have have this report to the full council, but what I'm getting to is that I think we really have to put our guards up on this, because how Congress or how the states are trying to diminish tribal sovereignty, like states that you indicated, which was indicated, like state of Oklahoma, you have the state of Texas, and state of Arizona's in the same boat. When you don't see policy geared to Indian country favorable in these states, and every day they're trying to find a way to chip away tribal policy, sovereignty. So somewhere we have to make sure that this is on our radar. We have to make sure that we do have our guards up. As the Department of Justice alluded to, whether we file a petition for amicus brief or the opposition option, I think that's something that we should have a I guess, a closed session discussion in depth with our Department of Justice. 20-minute presentation here presents the information to the body, but I think we need to gear up ourselves to look at what we really need, what additional information is really needed, because the dangerous thing is, what if these states band together with other states and make their push to Congress? Can you do this for us? And it's just a to the vote there at Congress. Now, this year's election is very, very important. If we lose the House, and if we lose the Senate this year, we will be back to Republican House and Congress, that everything would be a Republican majority. And there again, Indian policy will be continued to be left on the burner. Indian policy will be left there to be diminished. And you look at today how the Republican Party has transformed. First, it was the party of Lincoln, and you look at the party of Lincoln, and they're the ones that actually created the equality and abolished slavery. Look at today how that party has grown. At the time of Lincoln, Democratic Party was vice versa of what today's Republican is. Oh, the table has shifted. Now, and again, my thought is that we have to move in some sort of direction to provide guidance to the Department of Justice. And I think that with those two options, I would request that, Madam Chair, that we have a leadership meeting, closed leadership meeting with Department of Justice, and we could invite the other council delegates onto the call, have that brief. This is one brief because it's a lot of information that DOJ has alluded to. That's just going to be my recommendation. Other than that, that's just how I would ask to make this recommendation, that we have a certain whether it's you don't want to call it a leadership meeting, maybe I guess maybe a Department of Justice and LOC update meeting to this issue. So that's just my recommendation. Let's get the information that we need before we pass it on to the PSC committee.
Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, there are a few recommendations that have been provided to this committee. We can do a work session prior to having this report provided at Navajo, but my guess is it's going to just go back to a work session. So I'm not sure how the committee wants to address this issue. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
I feel that it is something that we need to discuss. It's urgent. Maybe like last year or 10 years ago. There are a lot of presidential executive orders, that some of us not really aware of. So that it all pertains to Indian tribes, where other nationality can commit a crime. There's Indian secret sites that the religion that how we think about our women on the reservation, etc. A lot of things can be discussed in this regard because Indian Child Welfare Act also they're nibbling at it. So now I think means versus grant or means versus means back in the days. So there's a lot in question in regards to this that's going to be reviewed again. So in regards to state to the nation, who owns us? Do they own us? We've been giving away lands at all the highways, or state highways. So sometimes it's really hard to find a jurisdiction within the highways or outside the fence. But there's a lot. It can be discussed across on our reservation, and pretty sure other tribes are different because, like it was said, we're treaty tribe. We're different than them, and then also they live differently in villages. We don't. So there are areas, there's also a difference in there. How we live on the Navajo Nation. So we need to sit down and see what we can hear from the DOJ and even the Attorney General or others that knows more about these laws that that would affect us, even our own law. We can find a little, maybe even a T across a T, or maybe a little period, or maybe a comma. It can be used against us. That's where we are now, even if it's not a word. So, even now, I do prefer to have some kind of a meeting on it, and of course, what we're looking at, see what we're seeing, see what the state has and what the government has, and what other tribe has, so we can start drafting some legislation in that regards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments? I have heard only comments and recommendations. I don't think I need to turn it back over to the presenter at this time, since those comments and recommendations have been made to committee members and to council
Madam
delegates.
Chair.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Could I request a written version of the report be emailed out to us? Thank you. Idea.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Ms. Metoxen, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you to answer the question posed to you by Delegate Otto So. Ms. Metoxen.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable Delegate. So we can provide an overview of everything I presented today via email later this afternoon.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So.
Thank you very much. The reason why I say this is that we when we get the reports early in written reports, we at least review them and read over what's going to be reported. And that's the reason why I was asking that we go ahead and have another discussion pertaining to this issue before we allow it to go to NABI. And I don't know, maybe I missed that part. I had to close the top of my truck here, but there a time sensitive? Is there a timeline to this where we have to respond? Because it sounds like that's what's needed, and if there's a time sensitive period that we have to definitely get an answer to Department of Justice, we need that time frame, and based off of that time frame, we have to set this work session and then go back into a regular committee meeting, or maybe even call a special committee meeting and utilize a special meeting to give that direction. So it is thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So, Ms. Metoxen, if you can go ahead and answer the question that has been posed by Delegate Otto regarding the timeline.
I can pull up the exact date I could have just a moment, Madam Chair, but it is mid-March. I also have Paul Struan on the line if he happens to know the answer to that before I can pull it up.
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Metoxen,
members
are you
of the
calling upon your agent?
Yes,
Metoxen,
Madam.
are you calling upon an agent? Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
And what was the name of your agent?
Paul Struan.
Mr. Paul Struan from Department of Justice, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Yate. Madam Chair, members of the committee, March 28th is, I believe, the date that the Supreme Court has set for responses to the state of Oklahoma. And that would include any amicus briefs that would be in support of Mr. Castro Huerta's, technically how it's structured, but it would put forth any argument that the state does not have this jurisdiction over these crimes. And so there is a meeting, a teleconference coming up on Wednesday of the Native American Rights Fund Supreme Court project. And that is usually the device by which they organize sort of this national amicus strategy. And so it's not of an immediate nature, because this is just a planning discussion among NARF and the Supreme Court project, but it is something that if we were to file a brief of our own, as opposed to signing on to a brief for other tribes, that we would need some sort of advance notice of the position of Nabikiat, that is something they would like us to do, within, I would say, 30 days of that date. So we're talking about mid to late February, ideally, that we would have some sort of, formal direction from the Nabikiat committee. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Spruhan. So with that, Vice Chair Otto, the timeline has been provided to us by Department of Justice. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote at this time. Again, we can talk about the recommendations since that's not part of the vote. So with that, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is okay.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam
Green.
Chair, Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Madam Chair.
With a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting, this report is hereby accepted. Ms. Metaxen, if you can go ahead and get us the written report so that we can view that over and as a committee discuss what our next plans or what our next steps are going to be. In the meantime, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and put together a letter requesting to Speaker Damon that this report be heard at the Nabik-Iasket Committee. And then as far as the date, let's leave that blank for now since the committee is still deciding on what they want to do to proceed forward. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed to the next item on the agenda. Ms. Metoxen, we appreciate your time. You are excused. Next on the agenda, we do have a report from Director Michael Henderson with the Navajo Nation Director for the Criminal Investigations Department regarding the process and communication within the Criminal Investigations Office for victims of crime. Director Henderson, are you on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. This is Director Henderson from Criminal Investigations.
Thank you, Director Henderson. Director Henderson, you have presented before this committee before. Do you remember and do you understand the process in which the committee hears the report?
Madam Chair, yes, I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Henderson. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear the report from Michael Henderson, Director for Criminal Investigations Department regarding the process and communication within the Criminal Investigations Office?
Motion by Vice Chair.
We'll take the motion from Vice Chair Otto So and second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, Director Henderson, you do have 20 minutes on the board to present your information. You can call upon 2 agents if needed. So with that, Director Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and also Vice Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee and all the council delegates that are listening in and everybody else that's listening in on this Law and Order Committee meeting. I have with me Criminal Investigator Supervisor Gordon Todolina, and I also have Criminal Investigator Farrell Begay here with me. Che yadi tachitni chlido ma idishki ne bashin tolechitni dashi chedo dishchitni dashinal. Saya kinsakada hajanebitado ade ya nasha. And I appreciate this time in reporting to Law and Order Committee. And I will take a fraction of the time in explaining to the Law and Order Committee, to all the members, and the process and the guidelines that we use here with criminal investigation in communicating with the victims of the cases that we pick up from criminal investigations. If you will, the Crime Control Act of 1990 is what guides our communication procedures with victims and witnesses on the cases that do come into criminal investigation, the Department of Criminal Investigation. And according to the Crime Control Act of 1990, some of the Bill of Rights that we afford our victims and witnesses in these cases. First of all, our victims and witnesses are to be treated with fairness and respect. And our victims and witnesses are entitled to reasonably be protected from the accused and the offender. And other rights include notifying the victims and witnesses of court procedures, the court processes in their cases, to be informed about those, and our victims and witnesses to be present at all court proceedings regarding their cases, and for our victims and witnesses to confer with the attorney for the government whenever they so choose. And our victims and witnesses have a right to restitution in their cases, and our victim and witness services to be informed about convictions, sentencing, imprisonments, and anytime the accused or the offender is released from custody, from jail, or from other facilities where they might be committed. These are the Crime Control Acts of 1990 that our criminal investigators use in conjunction with best efforts to ensure that our victims and witnesses are informed about their cases, and including the status of their cases. Now, one of the things that that we practice in criminal investigations is that our main point of contact with individuals is, of course, the victim. And if the victim is deceased, then we establish contact with the next of kin. So these are the point of contacts that that we communicate with in each of the cases. Our criminal investigators establish these point of contacts with relatives and family members, being more specific, the next of kin of the family and relatives, and the victims. So we also make it a point that we want to make sure that the next of kin, that communication is established with the next of kin, and that this is preferably done in face-to-face situations in person. That way, we know who we're providing information to, and that we are making sure that we're communicating with the right person and not any other person other than the next of kin or the victim, say through telephone conversations or through text messaging or email situations. Our guidelines and procedures discourage us communicating with the next of kin or the victims through emails or through telephone communication where we can't see the individual themselves. And so that this is all, it all goes back to the integrity of the investigation of the case, and that we're not providing information to anybody else but those that do need to know about the case, which are the next of kin and the victims. And one of the things that normally we come across is that a next of kin or a victim calling the criminal investigation office, and we make appointments to make sure, first of all, that they are the point of contact that we are establishing with the right next of kin and the right victim and nobody else because of the sensitivities surrounding the case being investigated. So from there on, if anybody else, any other relative of the next of kin or any other relative of the victim is calling or stopping by the CI office looking for investigation updates, then we let them know that we only communicate updates and information that are pertinent to the next of kin and to the victims and nobody else because of the sensitivity of the cases, the information in the cases that we investigate. So under these circumstances, these are generally our guidelines that we go by to mainly to protect the integrity of the investigation, first of all, and also that we minimize any kind of hearsay, we minimize any kind of type situations. So these are mostly how we communicate verbally with our victims and our witnesses in each of these cases. Now, if we're talking about reports, criminal investigation reports, our criminal investigation reports are protected under the Navajo Nation Privacy Act. So these are not public documents that we normally duplicate, copy, and provide to victims or witnesses or anybody else, relatives and families. And if these information are to be provided to, say, insurance companies or employees, employers that are asking for copies of criminal investigation reports, and then these have to be vetted by our office and the department, our Navajo Nation Department of Justice, before we even release these kinds of information to any insurance company or any private investigators or any company of interest asking for CI reports on behalf of their clients, whether they be family members or relatives of in the cases. So this is kind of like in a nutshell as to how we control information within criminal investigations. And if there's a problem and a breakdown in the communication process, then if we determine that our criminal investigator is in negligence of following through on these communications with victims and witnesses, then we take it a step further to where we take corrective actions. We may provide reprimands. We may have some stiff admonishment to our criminal investigators if they do not follow these guidelines. Because the Crime Control Act of 1990 is a legislation, a federal legislation that all of us law enforcement agencies across the United States do have to abide by. So these are this is the baby echo. Even in a it's passalado, in a bahashi keda, abashi kid echo. Johot once the machine needs Johana Adolish, Adoshe, Adit Nidos, Kidoshin, Yakodo. She should in his now edition, Ero, Tago, not Ani than Lindy Con. Kaet Tsagaho Zan Hosagi Naalka has Ando Windarat District. Kaet Criminal Investigator Supervisor Totalina the Shi and Tsugoshi Ye Hodo the Nashkagi that bit Hodo Criminal Investigator Feral Beke the Shi Bishin Kodo Joy is now those now Elto. Achieve Sadon Sohodo Dish. Hela Ade Madam Chair do case and Tagido Law and Order Committee members.
Thank you for that, Director Henderson. With that, committee members, are there any questions? I'm sorry. I do apologize. Director Henderson, is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Director Henderson. With that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments at this time?
Madam Chair? Vice Chair?
Vice Chair Otto, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I did, Director Henderson, for your report pertaining to the criminal investigation pertaining to how your program communicates directly with the victims, also communication that's with the witnesses through through your report here. But what I am getting to is that I did and as tribal legislatures, tribal policymakers, Leiden de Kago. Nishita Daisha Nahalohashi Ade Yildan Hitikit. De coach Nashne Ash Oti Hashet Ashto to Adeto Hadit Adani, not Hanat Atadan. There's one case in Cuba City that custody. Poor thing, this guy had children in another jurisdiction, and Navajo law enforcement just looked away. I had to get Department of Justice on the line because no other alternatives was provided to the individual. No other alternative direction was given to that individual from public safety. And even it involves social services too. And even so I know you managers and division directors always say, not only relating to public safety, I got some inquiries about the courts. So how come the courts are taking so long? How come this? How come that? And my response is, those programs are under the executive branch. The president of the Navajo Nation heads up the executive branch, and he hires the individuals who are so-called division directors to run the operation and run the program. Directors, directors, managers. And I guess a lot of these things, when the reports are put on to the committees relating to communication, I think we really need something in writing, solid. I hope that I'm going to scroll through my emails in a bit to see if you have sent a written report to us, because that communication issue is very, very important. Just like a communication issue for your payroll. Nobody signs off on your payroll hours, on your salary. You don't get paid. There's a communication issue. And who's going to be at the end of the line saying, hey, there's something wrong here? That's just something to think about. This process should be somewhat given or less allowable at the bulletin board be tahnas nilo. Husband. I don't that did the 1990 Crimes Act in Ninigi. We know that it's a federal policy. What I wanted to know is that the Navajo Nation, although it governs Indian country, but the Navajo Nation likes to adopt policies for their own rules. The communication effort by Anshiki, if you can provide us that legislation number, council resolution number, so that we can refer to that and our constituents ask. I do agree that you just can't tell anybody about a case. You know, that's what Navajo really, you know, this is what they Diego. Then today, you add to it again, you have the social media issue again. No, what those names, they be guys, I hit that. Nero in Niga, I don't ask that the Yaga not decent. Things that you have to keep sensitive, and those issues pertaining to who your contact person is for the family and who your contact person is with the victim, have to keep that tight because of the investigation. I'm really glad that your program is protecting that aspect of it to try to keep the investigation, have the integrity in the investigation. Report criminal investigation beats, and I really hope that Director Delmar is on the line. This goes for the police department, and this goes for DOC. That communication effort with the general public should be something that the program should be already doing. I always say this, I believe I stated this to the president last week, Monday. Anything pertaining to direct services within the executive branch is your responsibility, whether it's communication and other aspects. Council delegates shouldn't get involved in direct services because we appropriated the fundings that programs came before the committees and the council to request for additional or to request for operational dollars and manpower monies to provide that direct service. even not the communication. Igi compizzo. Halet ego latito pahaneta. Halet atito shichanahasneta. Alcohol even not Director Henderson. In this case, it's in your hands on the communication effort to make sure that all communication in all 7 police districts is made. Victims and the witness. Earlier, Anali alluded to some sort of communication issue to some cases in his region. His constituents are asking, disallow. How do we fix that issue of know that you're the director, and this type of information is supposed to be communicated from your program to the direct services. Because nowhere within the council's authority has direct services. Alcohol even na je could ade besma has annen ade nike besma has anbebe na each ne. I get a lot of people telling me there's different things. Windmill issue, road issue, water line issue, and all this stuff. Social service issue. And I tell them, oh, how you pay so but December this last year. Peso be da no kashet asto adit ego da adit ni ala ishando de leta andishni. Even na ko yindan hitish kido bikaho goshin station con with us sauce. And that goes for the courts. I don't have the excuses to tell my constituents Ibanina. But one of the excuses probably COVID, manpower. If that's the case, the program really needs to get that information out to those individuals that require that communication. Don't beat around the bush with them. Even not yeah. I even days nested. Ajanshi besnahalization de Ashi quite a don't need for yeah. Even now, what are you in that? And that's just some of my thoughts. I used to work as a tribal employee. We really tried to make sure that we took care of the people under direct services. Gave them as much information and gave them that guidance where to go next. Instead of just cutting them off and saying, that's what some tribal programs do. But again, that's a reflection on the administration. That's a reflection on the division director, the manager, the director, the division director, the chief of staff, and the president. Even yindan hitish kidowat by yeski. Yeah, it's a nick and Openesh go edo. Openesh the hol, yeah. Allah Joba Hutchisne. Ego go hut out between the houses. And then later, in the 8 of a garden that Bahas Ashani, they will go out so Cosonana, you wet. You wet, you wet up on that, You're there just for the protection, for a job. Really need to reevaluate. Get the never see, never is everybody. Communication efforts. The Navajo people who are affected by these areas that you provide direct services over is much needed. They pay your salary. $38 when I audit never change. What's up, peso change? Pay for your salary. Collect your annual leave and sick leave. They deserve basic direct services that your program needs. Lately, I haven't come across anything like that yet with criminal investigation, but I came across that under the last administration, Guinea's administration. But that area was fixed. That communication gap hole was fixed. So it really makes me think. I looked at the agenda and I was Navajo people deserve basic direct services when it is needed for that program. Commend our criminal investigators out there, investigation team that's out there. Captain Totolina, and Mr. Butler. Johnny, support your program. Even he's none lane. Just kid or so whatever. Kid or there the Hamasan the Hashkake. So about it, kid. At easy, you can show another yard, or later, yes, in Hashkake. Improve you. Masan and Harada. So had it out of a lot of us. What really humbles you? Nothing later than that. The nasty that get ego. Was in that's not the Nedo Yago done later. Oh, wasn't a hello. I just a whole one at me. They call Yanni Kate, they put on that and they really see how the people tie themselves directly to the land, culture, to the language. Oh, honest. They are as the Queen, hey, what on see Casey does eat, see. I don't think so be hot there. They know what other has said, or yeah, and what up, and the in lad, or what up on internet. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for those comments. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Henderson, since those were a lot of comments and questions that were posed. Director Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, there, Madam Chair and Ado Kason Dagi, though Law and Order Committee members. Though I did Dyson Dagi. Here, Galosha not Anigi, he Nido, be quiet, council resolution number, Nenigi, Ashi A Yam, Hada did install, Sashi, Nicholas Nis, Akoi, Ado the more lay, Ado Shi, the written report, Nenigi. I haven't done any written report regarding this topic to any of the oversight committees. However, if there is one requested, then I can definitely forward a written report regarding that as well, regarding this issue, regarding this topic. The guidelines that we use in communicating with our victims and witnesses. Sheharan Neo, the Kodo, I see. Abnil Angit a Kodo, because Ani Labik in the nest is a Ben da il Kagi, Ben Kaja. Kodabone, Angit a ya, Banahis mended. A call Shata a ya, Nana Shate. Lenigi, and Haslade, Lenigi, dot Nalka, dot the exhibit, Edita age, your Edita a Shatani, Ade Tahane, Halit an Alcato, Halit Aba, Baolta. Jo ya need to the IC, Todd, Obikajodalia, got Ocha has Tanago paper, which will ne. A colleague see Bidate Igi, Mana il Kagi, victims, though witnesses, next of kin, and Lenigijo ya so Abone, Angit out, Abone, Zangit a baby Shinda will ne. Ah, the whole Jishin did, Ajo ya, out a Sabi dust, so out ya has Annie, baby kin the nest. I call evening nago do ya jintahani edoni zunda. Do ya adobin yago da hachilne edoni zunda. Ani nishido kodo han sugoshi kehodo don. Hoshin hatibit iliashin, Hoshin has Ani benina, it's not get togi, it's not get tigi. Hat alle ba it lisha, hat alle ya be in not like ehodo donsla. Halit ego ya pa na di nisha. So dit an CK, so dit out which out which the morning ille. An na het zid an na khapike. Hona ilka na al khapike neta. Benina shata doda ilwashta. Benina shata nihjede neskwe. Benina shata do John Sidik kesa. Benina shata doda al khanda. Dit نخندا نشكوت أديت دينيل نشكوت هو الخاصين شو خدوت أدت وشبه بهنا زانجيت ناس خدوني نجنا أنا ديت إيدو ديش عشان إني هنا نتإيدو ديش بهنا زانجيت خدو نا نشنا ديل نيل نا نشنا ديل إيدو ديش ناس نجنا ناني خاتو ديش هدا إيان هين ده هدا هيشين ده ويلنا يوديت يا لا نانيتن لاش لا إداشتو هانش سوغشين نشيشن له هاشنا نيتن قد الكهاسين شو جو كهت ياد خدو سارنت بهنا ناسي دوديش بكو شها أدي شنات نو أنيجي شها إنسخابه
Delegate Jane here.
Thank you, Director Henderson, for that. So with that, Delegate Vince James, I'm going to recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Shanada, Madam Chair. And then members of LOC and audience listeners, Mklanigi. Kodo, Nikilpahazando Liki, there's a real big communication issue because there's several cases that is under Mr. Farrell Begay. And I don't know where to turn to get the information, to get the message, those kind of things to your staff. And Akwaki, I think as you being the director and then having the leadership there in your department, you really, really need to put your foot on the ground and have your staff respond back to the families, back to the individuals who in this case would be the next of kin that are trying to reach out to Mr. Farrell Begay. And so the reason why it has come this far, and it's really affecting the livelihoods of those families that have been in this sad time, that if they lost a loved one, they're still trying to wait for closure. They're still trying to wait for the criminal investigator. And the families that reached out to me, I did inform them, and I shared the contact information of our call-in meeting, and it looks like there's 2 of them that are on the line. So they're listening, and you're really, really affecting the livelihoods of these individuals. With the department and the investigator not responding back, we're getting to the point where some of these families' items are being repossessed. And in one case, it's a home that is being dealt with. And they've left several messages for Mr. Farrell Begay. I tried my best. I reached out to Division Director Jesse Delmar. There's no response coming back whatsoever. And that's what I mean. You're really affecting the livelihood of these families now, especially if you have a family that is in a situation of getting a home repossessed because they're not hearing something from the investigator, because they're still awaiting the death certificate. They're still awaiting other documents to make those arrangement for payments. And so that's how it's really affecting. And nobody's reaching back out. Nobody's contacting these family back, or just to submit a letter of assurance that this is where we are at. And if you could respond back to these families that have left messages and are kindly just asking to request for a letter that the investigation is still being held, to provide it to the financial institution. That way they don't have all of these repossession calls coming in and all of these different callers from the financial institute calling. And they've already been bombarded with losing their loved one, and now they're trying to negotiate and deal with their loved ones' property, and then at the same time the financial part of it. And that's just like, what is going on? What is it? Where is it that we need to assist as LOC? And I know we have all different kind of responsibilities, but when it comes down to having families, me as a delegate, come to my house in tears, asking me to talk to their financial institution to ask them, put it on hold because that's their only livelihood, that's their home, that they've been in there. And at the same time, I'm trying to call elsewhere to get information after the call. That's something that's really serious that needs to be looked into. And I really don't know what else to say to you guys. And that's the reason why I really, really requested for this report to be on LOC. And it's more meaningful when you're looking at the person and you're actually talk to the person in face. And I don't even know if you guys are listening to me. Maybe you guys are multitasking, doing other things, and it's not being taken into consideration. Who knows? But although another one is that they, like I said, there's another scenario to where they're trying to find closers, they're trying to leave messages. And that one, yes, we had a response, but then God, it's been over a year, nothing again. And so I don't know what to say. I really don't know what else to say. I know Otto talked about funds that are being generated. When we talk about budget season, I bring up these issues, these concerns. When we review LOC's public safety's budgets, I bring up all of these issues and concerns, and we bring up and we address these issues that you're working with the people's money. And so please work with the people. Please respond back to the people. Maybe it's just going in the ear of the director and not going down to hit the staff. Maybe that's the problem. To move forward to process these documents. And I really want to know so I can help. And another case was that's another scenario that was shared with me. And so, I mean, if you call one of your individuals that you need to talk with, and if you can't make it, please have the courtesy to call them back and tell them, I'm sorry, I can't make it. I mean, just working in that fashion, just working in that communication fashion would eliminate a lot of these issues and concerns that we are bringing up to you at this point in time. And so, please reach out to these individuals that have left messages. I have left messages, and I just sent those contact information to Division Director Jesse Delmore again. And hopefully that will be relayed down and surf down to the individuals that are taking care of the cases. Reach out to those families, reach out to those individuals that I forward to Mr. Delmar. Is all I'm asking. And I don't want to know about the case because the family themselves have already shared the case with me, and I don't need to hear it from you guys. But if you're not responding back to them, that's a big issue that needs to be really looked into from the upper management office, from headquarters, administration, the Quigoshi, you need just central, from central, that you need so now we have it on the record, so that should be something that should also be taken into consideration. It should not have gone this far. It should have gone before LOC to this far. If it has gone this far and it's before LOC, there's something going on at the department level. Nobody's putting their foot down. Nobody's doing their leadership job that needs to take place. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Shanella. Honorable Vince James. Director Henderson, that has been 2 delegates who have requested a written report from your office regarding this issue and this procedure and the way that criminal investigations handles the communications with families. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time, Director Henderson, to answer questions or the concerns that have been raised by Delegate Vince James. Director Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, the members of the Law and Order Committee. I feel the request. I feel the heartfelt plea from Honorable James, and I feel the pleas from the field, from the families, from the homes, and I don't know at this point as to what went wrong. I don't know at this point as to the circumstances surrounding why this got to this point. However, from hearing the pleas to work with the people, hearing the pleas to respond to the people's requests, their calls, their messages that our investigators need to heed to. As Director of Criminal Investigations, what I can do is I can get that information that Honorable James provided to Director Delmar. I can get that information and I can look into it and ensure that these families get a response, ensure that these relatives get an update as to what they're looking for, and what they're requesting for. I can ensure that these things do take place as soon as we're done with this report here. I can go and get all that information from Director Delmar, and then we can immediately address it. And that is something that that I apologize to Mr. James, Council Delegate James. I apologize to the family who are listening. I apologize to the Law and Order Committee, the members, the chair, the vice chair. We will take action. We will put our foot down and make sure that these things don't happen again. And I guess one of the ways that we can ensure that these things don't happen again is, like I said, like I mentioned earlier, we have guidelines, we have procedures to follow. If they aren't followed, then there's repercussions. There are ways of correcting these mishaps, these oversights. These, if it is neglect, there's reprimand. At this point, I don't know how it happened. I don't know what happened, but we are going to address it. We are going to explore it, and we will correct the situation. And I will also take this message to our chief of police to ensure that it is passed down to our Navajo Police Department, our police officers across the Navajo Nation. And I will take this message to our Department of Correction and to ensure that they do hear the pleas of the people, that they do hear what's missing, what's lacking out there in providing direct services to the Navajo people. And of course, I will follow it up with all the written reports that have been requested and to the members of the Law and Order Committee. Again, I apologize that this has gotten this far, and we can correct it, we can make it better, and we will put our best foot forward in working with the people, in helping the people to ensure that these types of things don't happen again. Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of Law and Order Committee.
Director Henderson, thank you for your comments and your answers to the questions that have been raised by committee members. So with that, I'm going to go back to the floor committee members. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? And committee members, please know that Director Henderson stated that he will be working with Chief Noon on a response back in writing, providing this information. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, Dave. My phone might drop. I'm heading back to Chinley from Winter Rock. So, all I'm going to say is, whatever you have on some kind of issues, it doesn't need to army. Sorry to that there's no that if it's not really good no more, any kind of laws or legislation or languages that kind of don't really enforce the prosecutor to prosecute any kind of investigation after that investigation. That's what I want, so we can revise them or reword them. That's our job as a council delegate. Other than that, I don't really get after you guys because that's the president's job, just like Otto was saying. That's his job, not our job. So we're just lawmakers. We can direct something to give us something, but that's about it. Or any languages or any laws, anything that you guys are bring it over and we can revise and we can make it better, make it more worthwhile, make it more like we can give some citation, etc. That's not me. I'm not a policeman or investigator or prosecutor or a judge. I'm just a lawmaker. Pretty sure you guys went to school for all those other things that you were hired to do. Or even but that don't mean we're just go between here with the people. So let's take this language out and they put this language in there. That's our job. So, Craig, yeah. Oh, we have field. I'm pretty sure. Only question I might have would be how many, like a ratio, how many people does it have to have or acres regards to one criminal investigation or one policeman? I asked a question, but nobody ever gave it back to me. And how much money would we need to cover that whole Navajo Nation? My sister got lost a long time ago, and we just only found the bones by the investigators in Chinle, but we never knew what happened, really happened. I don't know where it went. So I do feel that, it is hard to investigate things and need a hard thing to say on but you never know who did it. So that's how I see it. So I'm just glad that you guys are giving the time and the education on any kind of investigation to collect whatever, you need to prosecute a person to put him in jail. 88 ownership is how I see it. As a council delegate, I was elected to do some language changes on the code. But there's a lot of people that see or your we're just letting the people say whatever they want to say sometimes to us, because some of us are very, very, like to say something for the people, but we never say go talk to the president. All these division directors, everybody, or the chief of justice, we swing these bags. When we're talking things for the kids, because for the people there at our chapters, I call it and I don't know if you talk good Navajo or just fluent, not really fluently, or so credit or and all this. I'm sure it takes a lot to investigate something, to put it before the prosecutor and put it before the judge, so they can put it before the judge. A lot of evidence you have to collect. I'm pretty sure it has to be Abahazini yet or not can lead. But a prosecutor they don't not can long they'll take it to court. The court to show on need your Abahazini yet. It doesn't so the judge no so Allah Nila or a jury Allah Nila so call evidence yet. So what to get there, to get all those things in order to get to the judge, to get it to the judge and be that person to be sentenced. So can't be found guilty. From here to there, I'm pretty sure it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of work and a lot of manpower. To me, any languages you guys want to that's kind of affecting your job or it's in the way, give that to us and we can change that. But I do hear a lot myself, and I did set a lot of things too myself. I regret those sometimes, just to think, who am I, I'm only human myself. So I don't have the education to go down on somebody or to be a medicine man, to go down on somebody, or to be a counselor to go on, put that person inside out. I don't have that either. So I'm pretty sure you guys have a lot of issues in regards to how you guys investigate. I'm pretty sure you need manpower, some more money, etc. And all I need, I would like to. Those decisions would be good, like we did the prosecutor, but it didn't go nowhere. They wouldn't put it into work session, never came back out the other side. And then we had vicious stall. I'm pretty sure everybody worked on it. like they said, the acting the prosecutors that they all got all the people that were involved that the president requested for. They all were there on the table to give us what they have, and we just put it into work session too. So we don't have all that authority to work on people. That's how I see it. So also about and I do care for my people, and I don't want to get ahead of them, telling somebody else this and that without really any evidence to say this and that. And that's what it's all about out here on our turf. We hear a lot of them just out there. We'll just fly by and we'll try to get it, and we'll just try to talk to somebody, personally. Just get them over there and say, what is this, what is that? I heard this and heard that. I would say that, to policemen, just one-on-one and ask them, or any other division director. So only one question was that how the ratio between how many people do you have to have to have a territory where you can investigate? Is there enough personnel to investigate the whole acreage of the Navajo Nation? I would like to request those things. I think now a lot of things are conduct. So sometimes where there's no manpower, we don't have the manpower, and we go after people to do something here, and then there's another 10 things going on the other side, and we only got one person to take it all the way around, and there's acres in between, miles in between. So those are some things that when I do consider sometimes, because and we don't have the manpower to cover all that what's happening out there on the reservation, or sometimes. So I wish we could have enough money to get enough policemen, enough investigators to investigate everything that happens, or even before it happens. So it is all hospital. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over now to Director Henderson to respond to the comments, concerns, and questions that Delegate Eugene So has posed. Director Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, the Vice Chair, members of Law and Order Committee. Honorable Eugene So. The number of criminal investigators, the ratio of the number of criminal investigators to the population out there across the Navajo Nation in each community, each district. However, we're going to break it down. The written report. So here they Nahabansen case so by here Jordan ni a do a nash kai kudo ntol kahagi bit silnilda ado ni a abu hitle jadi hajon dol khako behas ani ketki go hajon dol khako kudo nabit silnila ado ana billacha دي بزيد حتى نيجي بكيد حتى نيجي أجاشي بهزاني تو قال كوي نصادو تند هو تيجي قاشندي تكاهيا بينا نتيجي زين ابتصاد بينا ندهت أهجي جو إيش لو كدوه دينا أشكاهجي بجسيلنا آدو يا أزين دهت ينينا كده الإيدو ينينا بعينا دهت أهجي جو هت أهجي لو كدوه بجسيلنا Ado sto na bilache. Ay patan has aba. Anla wande. Bejenda huit eha aba wande. Beina anda has tigi. Jo so hat aba je silni. Bahna has anigi bini night ado tatena. Jo di kodat egi. It's ado no nashigi be has ani do shakel to go bit ado hon Jo sto hodone nish kako bit silni. Criminal investigators bedien nigi. Ako na kiesat elfa na al kako has has ani kita il tonshin al kagi do has ani bahat tanigi it's ado no nashigi jo hat abje sil ne loko ni laat nago hot al ka has hat abje sil ne ani hot an haba hun zunigi ba hihnitz hot an hayan tido hot an haba konz ado ya ma ani di criminal investigators, the ratio to the people. Asian hajo kadona na kain beat nesto sad me na hada deals nisto the written report and negation abish beat zoto nature hadi nishiko. Heha ko ade kudo yat ego ein nahanan zido ba hitnitz. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Director Henderson. Yes, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, did you have a question?
Yes, ma'am. I just have a few comments, okay?
Okay, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, I'm going to recognize you. Vice Chair Otto So, can you take the chair for about 15, maybe 20 minutes? Vice Chair Otto So.
Madam Chair? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
okay.
Gavel.
I can't.
Okay,
Thank you.
Honorable Yazzie, you have the floor.
Okay, Vice Chair So and committee members, and then Mr. Henderson. Hey, good to hear from you. And then I don't know if all the CIs or some of the CIs that are listening, my colleagues. I'm just want to make this really short, committee members, everyone that's listening. I just appreciate the work of our criminal investigators. I know it's a tough job when dealing with situations, high stress calls, and trying to deal with individuals that want to get answers right away. I think all of us are like that. I myself am like that too as well. But I've seen the work of criminal investigator Begay. He used to be a police officer and then pretty much got promoted to be an investigator with the investigation. And I just want to let my colleagues know, and you probably all are aware, that our Navajo Nation criminal investigators, not like other departments like Gallup PD, McKinley County, or even state police, you can be promoted as a criminal investigator just by the years of experience. But with Navajo PD, it's different. I commend our CIs. There's two officers that I know that were patrolled, well, three of them. I can name them off quick. One is Officer Begay, and then one is Custer Bryant, and then the other one is Officer Hurley. All these individuals were working the streets, and then they took a class up in Virginia for months just to become a CI. And I really commend them. And so I know we get calls from our constituents and what's going on and all, and I do appreciate Mr. Henderson saying that, that he'll reach out to Investigator Begay. But I just, want to say for the record that, good job to the investigators and that, let them, I know we got to let them continue to keep working and trying to solve crimes that are within our area. And I know in Coolidge, we just had we had 3 shootings last week, Wednesday, my colleagues. And, Navajo police is so short-handed, with this individual had a rifle. And at one case, a Navajo officer came up and a female officer and asked that she got the call of shots fired and she wanted backup, and there was no backup. So I tried calling state police and the sheriff's department. So I said, I'll just, just keep an eye on you when you go to this house, and, but I'll keep out an eye, and, and so, it's a dangerous job, for our officers and the CIs. And so anyway, I just wanted to go ahead and share that. And, Mr. Henderson, when you talk to Mr. Begay, just let him know that, that we do support and, the works that they all are doing. So Vice Chair and committee members and everyone that's still listening, that's all I want to say. Vice Chair, so.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Yazzie, brother. Thank you very much for your comments there, and you did with that, and I appreciate it. And with that, let me just turn it over. If the department wants to respond, we can allow them to. Mr. Yazzie, Mr. Henderson, Captain Henderson.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and members of Law and Order Committee, and everybody that's listening in on the Law and Order Committee meeting. Again, much gratitude to the comments of Edmund Yazzie, and thank you. And I do appreciate the encouragement. I do appreciate the understanding and of our situation. And nevertheless, we will continue to do our duties in doing our responsibilities as commission peace officers of the Navajo Nation, as commission criminal investigators under the federal contracts. I thank you all again for listening, and I thank you all again for your comments, and I thank you all again for the concerns that you shared for on behalf of your constituents. On and all the I really do appreciate all the comments and the encouragement that has been spoken of here throughout this session that we're having. And we will again put our best foot forward, and we will do a lot better in communicating with the communities, all the members of family members and relatives of these cases that we do investigate. And we will renew our dedication. We will renew our commitment in providing direct services to the people of the Navajo Nation, regardless of our shortcomings, regardless of our short-handedness, regardless of all the issues that is presented to us and challenged with us here in being criminal investigators on the Navajo Nation. We again apologize for how this incident came to this, to where it's at now. However, we are recommitting ourselves and rededicating ourselves to the services of the Navajo people, and to ensure that we do continue to improve our communication with all our victims, our witnesses, all our relatives across the Navajo Nation. Again, Vice Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, and all the folks that are listening on our conversation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Henderson. Members, do you have any questions to this report at this time? Not hearing anything. Going once, twice, 3 times. Sherelle, move forth with roll call vote.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is the vote?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Vince James,
I vote
how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. Vice Chair.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Motion carries. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting. With that, on the next item on the agenda, hold on. So we put everything back at the end there, all the reports. Lorraine, are we done with reports?
Yes, Vice Chair. We're done with reports. Thank you.
Washila. With that, we are complete with the reports. We're going to go on to the next item on the agenda. Is item 8, close of meeting. And before we go to close of the meeting, announcement. Any announcements? What?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
Honorable Gene So, you have the floor for announcements.
Not really announcement, but in regards to, I went to the funeral with my LDA, BJ, his father passed on. Today was his funeral. So that's where I was this morning. So just to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Eugene So. Well, I believe for those votes that Eugene So was gone this morning on, would like to just have staff to reflect and change those votes to excuse. At least the ones that Honorable Eugene So did not vote on. He did, but I believe he got online, which made him present here. So, with that, any other questions or any other announcements to the report?
Vice Chair, this is Lorraine. I had a
Lorraine,
request
you have the
from,
floor.
okay, I had a request from RDC. They wanted to have a work session on the legislation 0002-22 that was heard last week at the council session, and that was tabled and refer back to RDC and the LOC. And RDC is requesting for a date to meet for a work session. So I'm not too sure how your schedule is for March, but most likely they're like to meet on March 25th. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the
Okay. Let's do this. We can put this on next week. We can even have a special committee meeting and add this on to that way we have a date set, since RDC already gave us a date that's recommended in March 22nd, and
25th, I'm sorry.
Yeah, March 25th, or 25th.
Oh.
That's the date that's recommended, and from here to the next committee meeting, committee members, look at that date, March 25th. Will that work for you? That's well over 2 months notice. Well, no, almost 2 months notice of a meeting date, and I think we can make that date. So ko in the next committee meeting. That way, Lorraine, you can add this action item onto the agenda so that we can have that work session or that joint meeting with Resources and Development Committee meeting pertaining to legislation that was tabled at council, which was pertaining to the animal control issue, the dog issue. You have that time frame to look at your schedule, and the date is being proposed is March 25th. So by the time the next committee meeting comes up, we have something to address. So, almost said, Madam Chair, Lorraine, thank you very much for letting us know. So we'll go ahead and add that on to the next item, next committee meeting as an action item. With that, moving on, any other announcements before I move to motion to, before I go on to adjournment? Once, twice.
Motion to adjourn.
3
Vice
times.
Chair
Motion to
Otto.
adjourn by Honorable Madam Chair. Second motion.
Bucket, another.
Adjournment, second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and move forward to roll call vote. Staff?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is it?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Motion carries. Adjournment at 4:24 p.m. Thank you very much, committee members, for being on the line. Staff members, thank you for being on the line. And presenters and delegates that had legislations on the agenda today, and your agents, thank you for being on the Law and Order Committee meeting. Be careful out there. Be safe. Wear your mask and your gloves, and sanitize your hands. We're still within the pandemic, so it's on here. Be safe out there. Thank you.
Up, going out.